G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Archean with me and Wasted in Wasted's somewhat upgraded
Don't oversell it too hard.
turtle copter thing that we've built. That is now on the land because of silly sound issues and Twitch.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yep. So yeah, what have you? I see more screens around the place in various spots.
Yes, the main thing was setting up some stuff that would enable me to debug it properly.
Yes, okay.
So that I knew what was going in and out, and then we could work off for that for tuning the rest of it. However, in my little playing around, a couple of things I did figure out. One, screen copy is working.
Oh, so those are identical?
Those are identical, but they're copied. So that was
cool.
Getting the screen copy to playable.
Yeah, nice.
But I did run into the realization, I think that we're going to have to move those rear rotors up.
Okay. I thought that was going to be the case today.
I think there's room to math around it if you're better at math than I am.
No, let's not add super extra difficulty to things if that's not required.
Yeah, it was just like, I'm sure someone who knows what they're doing can do that, but I'm not that someone.
Should I do it with a somewhat temporary solution first? Or do you want me to try and do it properly first?
Vaguely properly. It depends how temporary we're talking.
I was thinking doing the cabling temporary, doing temporary cabling so that you can start messing around with it, and then I can gradually replace the cabling.
Sort of gradually move stuff over. Yeah. I was just thinking that let's at least make sure they're in the perfect height and position, ready, so that if we don't have to take apart the very basics bits, you know.
Yeah. Get rid of these because they are not going to be in the right positions going forward.
Oh, the other thing I figured out was includes.
Includes?
Yes, having files reference other files. So the program in here is no longer one program, it's 4.
Ah. Oh, yeah, for node-based programming, that's really handy because you got less going on and you can...
You've got less in one area and then you just add it to the main program, which is running everything. And I'm slowly switching it off so that each bit of the machine is in its own separate program. So, the battery monitor's in a program, the controls for the dashboard's in a program, and so on.
Cool.
But it does two things. Partly, it makes it easier to see, but it also means that we can work on multiple things on it at once.
Ah.
You know what I mean? Because it only locks the active program. So if we are spread across multiple, we're all good. Right, now I need to figure out where actually I was.
So, I'm going to probably just do this as a really ugly, simple solution for the moment. Wasted and I have actually talked about this, Autotech. No, we won't. I won't be, and I don't plan to check out Dual Universe. They did send multiple emails to Wasted and I for us to check out their standalones, but I don't think so. Nothing's ever a guaranteed no, but I don't think so. I don't think I'll be checking it out. I don't think it's got anything more than what other things have that I would want. I don't think it has anything that I particularly want.
Unfortunately, it was always designed around the concept of being a mass multiplayer game.
Yeah. And Thus has a
and
lot of
everything they've
MMO baggage.
it's got all the MMO baggage and was never really designed to be played in smaller groups than that. So yeah, I can't see the attraction of my DU, and that's coming from someone who was an original backer of Dual Universe, and you know I've met old JC before he abandoned the company to go somewhere more profitable. A number of times and talked about it. He sounded like he had a very clear outlook of what he wanted to do to begin with. It's slightly a bit of a shame that I think his idea of what he wanted to do and the practical application of that was very different, given that he had come from a background that was not in game development. He had come from a background well outside of game development. He was a CEO through and through, not a game dev.
Ah.
Talked the big talk, but unfortunately did not walk the big walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was prior to Dual Universe, he was a scientist working on developmental robotics and evolutionary linguistics. Yeah,
That's a related field.
It was a very sideways move.
Just going to make sure these are exactly correct. Yeah, it's I try not I do try, but I know I definitely break my own rule on this. I try not to say a hard nose, like this is definitely not for things, because I know that sometimes I, for one reason or another, change my mind later, but there are games that feel very unlikely for me to go to or back to.
I felt particularly bad about that one because it was one that I had got behind as far as YouTube was concerned. I'd made multiple videos on it. I was quite excited by it. And then what was delivered was very much not the imagining that I'd played and been promised. You know, I'd played the very early demo on JC's laptop at some gaming, not even a gaming convention, it was an industry convention. And I played the demo and seen them like what the base engine was capable of, and it looked very impressive. The problem is they never figured out how to scale it. You know, despite that being the main thing that they were supposedly doing, they never actually figured out the scaling side.
Yeah. I think I did this to get these in the right spot last time. Where's my throttle at? Oh no, we're miles from the base. We didn't think that part through. I'm just going to assume that I've set this up correctly.
No, what have we done?
I need I used a throttle to test that I hadn't connected these up to the wrong thing last time. I don't have a throttle. It's all right. I will just place it again and make sure it's correct. I'll just be more careful. Alrighty. Then. Trying to think if there was anything else in the little arms that I wanted to put in that I didn't put in on the other ones. I should make room for. I don't think there was. Is there? What else did we have here? We have a... mess on that side. Oof. Oh, man. I had this all organized in my head when I built these the first time. Now I'm not sure. So I wanted to make sure I had a data connection that goes from... At least I've kept the other side so I can just match it now. And then duplicate it again. Cool. That's actually not too bad. All right. So I want to... I guess set up the... which part? Yeah, it's always more tidy and complete in your head. It's it's always the way. All right, what have I got running over this side? I have a high voltage cable. I have a single low voltage cable. And I have a single data cable. So high voltage, let's start with you. Currently, the pink high voltage starts from that port. So I'll start from the same port over here. Which is this one. And I am going to go outside this time because I'm not even going to bother trying to line it up because I know I'm going to have to redo this later. I'm just going to make it ugly because that'll make it easier to set the second one up and then I can replace them one by one later. So now that I've duplicated that, we'll remove this one. Move on to pink on this data cable, which goes to where? Where does this go to? Ah, goes to this one. All right. I'll connect up this side to my here. Well, future problems for future me is kind of what's going on here, but it is also, I think, the best way for me to do this to make sure that Wasted can start testing his code sooner rather than later. Because if I take too long doing this, Wasted can't test his code. And that's not good. That's not helpful. So I need to make sure that I can get this up and moving as quickly as possible. So now where does this low voltage come from? Can I see the pink anywhere? Over here. Yeah, it comes from that one. All right. So it doesn't really matter which of these I connect to, but that one's currently connected to something. Go to that one. Goes to the low voltage bridge, which goes to the rotor. I think. Just make sure. Go into the back of the rotor. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. That's the major links done. Now I've just got to do all the internal ones, which there are fewer of because I have this dual setup here on this side, which isn't actually required. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, yep. That's right. That's fine. So this connects into my little router here. This connects into my little router here. This connects into my little router. Pretty sure. If I can find that cable. Blue, where are you going? Yep. It's hooked up to the router. Cool. You're making the rotors not pivot anymore? No, 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 no. I am moving the rear rotors to the same height as the front rotors. The extra maths required to make it work with the offset height was likely to make this basically not a project Wasted and I were going to be able to complete. So decided to ditch that idea and just go with something we can actually make work. Because that will make us both happier and make this more fun and get us to a point where things are done. That's good. So yeah, it just ended up being one of those, it's kind of cool, but it's also just making things harder than it needs to be. Have I connected the low voltage? So low voltage and data connections are done for that. High voltage and data connections are done for that. That's it. Cool. All right. Then he also did a label. The dashboard tool, the labeler tool. Wasted, what was it you used to do the labeling with? Was it a labeler or is it a dashboard tool?
It depends whether it was on a dashboard or not. If it was on the dashboards, it's the dashboard tools label.
It was not. It was on the motors. You had them numbered.
That was just the standard label tool, but with the size increased, text size increased to 2.
Where's my labeling tool then? Do you have a labeling tool on you?
I do.
May I borrow it, please? No, Hollow Jonesy, those routers do not need power. Whereabouts are you?
Losing my plot inside.
Ah, I'm losing my plot outside.
Amazon delivery.
There you go. Just quickly, which motor is back left?
Back left.
I can figure it out by elimination. M4, M1.
I think it's M2, but
You are correct. It is M2. All the labels actually. I will fix that. Okay, cool. I have one of the motors done. I still have to do the other one.
it's still progress.
There's that wasted positivity I like.
Hey, that was positive.
I know. Death 13A, no. the reason for the numbering is to match the document that Wasted has that tells him all the different things, all the mathematics that should be going on with these things. So he's labeled them that way to match a thing he is using as a reference. Rather than having to relabel the reference, just relabel the thing that we're using, because it makes it a lot easier. I don't know what Wasted was saying before. He doesn't know why they have those particular numbers, but he's just sticking with the numbers they have because it makes the most sense to do that. All right, one down, one to go. And then I can start shaping it, and then I can figure out the cabling after that. Question is that really where I want the rotors? If I push them too far back, they'll be too far from the center of mass, and that'll make it worse. So they probably ideally should be roughly equidistant from center of mass, so I probably can't push back further, so that's fine. In fact, they possibly should be further forward, but I'll leave them where they are. Hey, Bradsky. Where does the rotor go? The rotor should go on that, I think. Yeah, directly in line with that one. Come here, pivot. Ah. Hearing random stuff happening. Wasted, was that supposed to happen?
Yep. We're anchored to the ground. This is me testing the outputs of my data is sane before I then use it for tweaking sentences purposes, because I just discovered that the output of my data was not sane.
Ah.
I may have had certain bits hooked up. Like specifically, everything else was hooked up fine, but my little readout of what things were doing was not. And it was telling me the wrong things for the wrong things. It was like, why is it telling me we're spinning constantly? And why do I have to put such a weird number in to adjust the altitude? Why is it minus 1.3 when none of these things say 1.3 anywhere on them? And it's because they were connected wrong.
Huh. Oh, what is going on? This pivot won't let me place it the way I want to place it. Because for some reason it's trying to place itself via the pivot end of it. Like the spinny end, not the fixed end.
What?
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
No. Let me see if you can place it, if it fixes when I dump it from my inventory.
I may even have one. No, I'm well behaved and do not have an inventory full of random stuff.
So it should be in that spot.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I think all you need is a temporary... Oh, it won't let me put a cube down in that spot either.
Oh.
What is in there, Mr. Splitsy, that's broken? Because I can't place a standard cube in there either.
It's because you got symmetry mode on.
Ooh. That might be what's causing the problem then.
Oh, maybe.
I think it just wants a block there first. So you can point at that, and then, yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. I didn't think I needed... Or maybe I did need that for the other one as well. Well, thank you.
I'm not sure if it's down the right way around for you. I just slapped it down because it's easier for you to pick back up again.
I think it'll work. Should I do it that way on this one? I think I did it that way on this one. Yeah, it's the same. As long as it's the same on both sides, I'm happy. All right. Oh, trying to identically like mirror the block placements is annoying.
Agreed. Just mirroring the block placements, mirroring wiring is the thing that started driving me bananas.
Oh yeah.
Where's the mirror tool for the wiring coming?
I would appreciate that. Yeah, you might be right, Orange Bunny, that it's a matrix thing as to the numbering system. In fact, I think wasted the M1, M2, M3, M4 thing. Was the assumption on the odd numbering of that? Did you decide it was probably a matrix numbering thing or something like that?
Yeah, it's matrix based. Okay. Yeah, that's why it doesn't sort of make a huge amount of sense at first glance. It's just a broken down matrix.
Yep, because my chat was asking me earlier about wouldn't it make more sense to name these by this, and I was like, no, wasted. They had a good reason and it matches his document and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's because the maths from this is actually matrix maths, but when you finish it out, you get a more simple calculation that we can use.
Yeah. Do.
So if anyone is particularly interested, that is where the majority of the information for this has come from. And you can see all of the matrix maths in there.
Okay, got wasted chat up now, which I didn't before. Yeah. Nice. Thanks for that.
Might as well give people the deets so they can have a look for themselves. I'm not going to claim to have had much part in this other than finding the right bit of the document that hopefully is what we need to follow. Basically. Slightly sad thing is once the matrix is solved, the actual result and algorithm is really straightforward.
Andy. It's this game is one of those funny ones where I feel like there'll be some significant advantages to people who don't want to do too much in waiting for a bunch of people to do all the hard stuff first. Like, for example, the color ore scanner. Neither of us want to mess with that. So we can just import it and use it like we would an ore scanner in Space Engineers. There's nothing wrong with that to my mind.
Oh, I think I'm with you there.
And other things like a quadcopter setup, you can copy someone else's script and you can build yourself a quadcopter and it's all good to go. If you then want to take it further, you can, and you can make your own if you're someone who likes to mess around with that. But I think if getting in on this super early when a lot of that stuff hasn't been fine-tuned and there's not someone who's done the equivalent of, say, Whiplash in the Space Engineers community of creating stuff that's almost one-click setup for different layouts, then you might it might be best waiting. Oh, that might get annoying for wasted. I'm going to not put that cable right in front of the screen. Okay.
Yeah, Tex, it's got the sort of multi-sided painting. Not sure how usable it is at the moment, simply on the basis that you end up with so many surfaces.
Yeah. I wish you could paint any contiguous surface. So it'd be like
Yes,
one click to do
old,
the ceiling.
Hold a control and paint any contiguous surface that doesn't change angle from this one.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
But I mean, with the way the block building works, you can break up surfaces in ways that are useful, like we did with the runway, to be able to paint it different colors and have the different colors end up in the right spots. But doing that in complex builds starts becoming quite involved, let's say.
Like in this, it would be we'd spend the whole screen just painting it.
Yeah.
You can... the textures consist of not shiny, kind of shiny, and really quite damn shiny.
And frame rate killing shiny. Yeah, there are many quality of life things that could be implemented for wiring, such as transparency options for the blocks around you, such as being able to, say, instead of only being able to build on the near side of a block surface, being able to press a modifier and build on the far side of that surface, because that would be able to make it really easy to keep things hidden, because you'd be able to stay on the visible side of things, placing those waypoints for the cable on the non-visible side. Next, I feel like you tried to convince me to build a carpet in a Space Engineers playthrough I did a couple of years ago, and I built it. I'm not sure I'm going to do it one here. You should be good to go, Wasted, with,
I am going through and adjusting rotor sizes and twists and the like and giving them their correct names.
Oh yeah, I didn't label that one. I haven't got to put the label on.
I left myself notes in the program. Go around and be like, yep, I know what this is supposed to be.
Yeah. Bex having legitimately no recollection of that conversation. Yep. I'm pretty sure it was you though, Tex. Because it was one of those things I was like, yeah, that's funny, I'm going to do it. So I put a cow rug into my rover. Precisely, I was in the big teal one. That's gonna... I hope this is enough to make this start working properly. How many snacky biscuits do I have left? I think I've got like 3. A couple more than that. Let me know if any of the wiring's funky and I need to fix it. How many of the snacky biscuits are Charlie's yet? Charlie's not even here, so they're all mine. In fact, I should probably try and go get my I was trying to make pumpkin flavored something for Toby. Now, in the US, and I presume in Canada as well, there are, like, it's quite easy to buy pumpkin puree in a can, at least according to the recipes I found. It's not really a thing here. At least, you can probably find it, but I certainly didn't find it at the shops I looked at. So I made it from scratch. I just boiled down some pumpkin and pureed it up and blah, 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 and was going to make some pumpkin muffins. But then I also was like, oh, let's see if I can add some other decent vegetables to this. Added a bit of zucchini for a bit of extra moisture. And then when I made up the batter, I was like, this is seeming very cakey and not very muffiny. So I made it into a cake. It actually worked pretty well. For those North Americans in the audience, is pumpkin flavored stuff like that usually very mild on the pumpkin flavor? Because it's very mild. Yeah, I figured it was probably going to be the ginger, nutmeg, and cinnamon that was the predominant flavor. The recipe I used didn't actually end up with a lot of those, so I will probably add more ginger next time. Also, because I used some fresh, so it probably didn't have as much kick. Once it was baked, as the dry stuff would. Yeah, I probably should have roasted it first. I did kind of just boil it down because I was trying to do it quickly. I grated it and then I just kind of slowly, well, fairly quickly boiled it down to soften it, and then I just used a food processor to puree it. Just a stick blender. That seemed a quick solution.
Pumpkin's horrible.
Pumpkin's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like pumpkin?
You heard me.
Huh. Like, if you're having a roast dinner, no pumpkin.
No. Plenty of nice roast vegetables, but pumpkin? No.
Huh.
Swede? Yes. Parsley? Not parsley. Other one.
Actually, that fits quite well with what you said the other day about you not being particularly on the sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Because pumpkin's definitely the
the
sweetest of the usual roast
pumpkin
vegetables.
is the sweetest of the things you could put on there. It's
Except
why
for carrot.
even Swede is a bit questionable.
Because, yeah, I think carrot would be the only thing sweeter.
Sweet potato is also a no-go for me. No. I don't mind carrot. Probably aided by volumes of butter.
And carrot has that earthy tone to it, like mushrooms have, so it kind of takes away a little bit of its more obvious sweetness.
British pumpkins are horrible, angry, shriveled things. What makes them angry, Matty? Not arguing, just interested. Why are they mad?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is it because they've been overcooked? British pumpkins are horrible, angry, shriveled things. To which one reply was, because they're Welsh pumpkins?
Welsh not typically known for being angry.
No, I didn't think so. I know a decent number of
Scots, sure. Wrong nation.
British / that area, British Isle stereotypes because of the amount of British TV I've watched, especially recently. But did not know anything of the Welsh being angry. The Welsh are most of the butts of the jokes. When the Welsh are the butts of the jokes, it's usually in the same way that Australians would use Kiwis. It's all about the sheep. It is funny though. The vegetables you dislike align very well with one of my siblings' dislikes on them with the roast as well.
You were spot on. It comes down to them being sweet. Yeah, there's no greater abomination than the sweet potato fry. Get out of here with your fake fries.
I had some of those last night. Oh, really enjoyed them. It helped that the chips from this place are awful.
Okay, yep, fair.
I am not a particular. I'm not a fan of beer battered fries.
No, me neither. It tends to get a bit much.
Well, for me, it's
fries are a compliment.
You can taste the oil too much.
Yeah.
So I don't want batter on my potato. I want my potato to be salty and for it to be crunchy. That's it. Maybe some herbs every now and then, especially if it's a roast. Like a bit of rosemary on there.
Oh, unless you're talking about the old British chip, in which case it is allowed to be both crunchy and fluffy at the same time.
Oh yeah, yes. I am when I say chips, I mean
Yeah, French
in this
fries.
context,
you,
hot
you
chips.
said fries, to be honest. So
yeah I did, because they called them that.
you're fairly clear when you say fries. I know what you mean.
Uh, fries in Australia are skinny hot chips.
Yep, same. Yeah, they're French fries.
Yeah.
It's just short for French fries. It does not cover all types of chip. Looking at no one in particular.
But chips to us also include what you would call crisps.
Looking at you now as well.
They're all chips.
I'm literally pointing at my monitors while I do this as well.
There's chips,
these right
and then there's
side.
hot chips.
My chat's left side. I am watching you.
Hey, you've got it set up the same way I do.
You see, you have to say hot chips and cold chips.
Yeah.
Is that not highlighting
Context.
something here could be better?
You only say them when you don't have a context that tells you which it is. And most of the time you got context for that.
Hey, Splitsy, do you want some chips?
Well, you know, if I was actually within range of you being able to give me chips, I'd be able to see which one and be like, oh yeah.
Potentially, or not. We could be, standing in the middle of a shopping mall with all available.
True. Then I'd just say hot. Yeah. Or just say what kind.
All right.
Australians have a quirky mix of really efficient and really inefficient communication styles. Word has more than 2 syllables. Man. Reduce it to 2 syllables. Word has less than 2 syllables. Increase it to 2 syllables.
Yeah. Say chips and fries, not difficult. Crisps, yeah, but then you have to go and specify that they're steak fries. Because that's not the same as fries.
It always amuses me the different ways that each country has butchered what was kind of once German.
Chips, fries, crisps, all individual things, all clear what they are from one word.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a the British way of approaching it has the most logic to me. Am I going to call anything a crisp? No, I'm not. But
I you have potato wedges.
But I can respect the logic
again.
And then wedges, which are always hot. And if they're not, you better hope you're a few beers in, otherwise they're not going to be enjoyed.
If they're not, then it's because you ordered them 2.5 hours ago, and they're the ones that remained from then. And you're eating them because you're hungry and can't be bothered to get up.
Yep. Or because it just got to halftime and that's just not going to be fun. Oof. Horrible cold chips I used to end up with at when I used to go with my family to rugby matches.
You got chips at your rugby matches? What the hell?
Yeah. Is that not a thing elsewhere? They're such a simple thing. You just need a deep fryer and some potatoes.
Oh, it was more back in my day. Uphill both directions.
They weren't hot by the time you got back to the stand, I can tell you that much.
All right, fair enough.
Especially with how cold it was. Because it's rugby, it's the middle of winter. Oh, isn't Tater Tot a brand?
Yeah.
They
do have a name. I'm trying to remember what
similarly,
it is.
Similarly, Potato Gems is also a brand.
Yeah, it's actually a brand name. There is a name for...
There is.
Essentially fried mashed potato.
Is it a croquette?
Croquettes. I think it might be, yeah.
Is it a potato croquette? Because croquettes are a little bit bigger, but the same concept.
Maybe not croquette then, no. Although these days you do see little round croquettes, so...
No, a hash brown's different. A hash brown is grated, not mashed potato.
Yeah, hence the hash.
Whereas tater tots, potato gems, those things, I think they're breaded mashed potato, aren't they?
Yeah, they're mashed
Deep fried.
potato with a binder and then deep fried.
Well, the tater tots that came out to Australia were definitely mashed. So they rebranded them when they came out here because we didn't want them, whatever they were originally. Tater tots are grated there. All right.
I think it's probably because they overlapped too closely with hash browns, which already existed, and the various different grated potato things. They were like, they've already got these, but the only competitor for mashed is potato smiles. Let's go.
I've never seen smiles here. I know what they are. I've never seen them in Australia.
The superior potato-based snack. Let's be real.
It does seem to be
it cannot beat a smile.
A decent amount of British nostalgia when it comes to a smile. My favorite cooking channel on YouTube is English, so that's hence my exposure to that stuff more than otherwise would be. Real tater tots or North American tater tots are basically hash brown nuggets. Yeah, okay.
No, not turkey Twizzlers, flea junk. No. Smiley faces, all good. The turkey Twizzlers, get away with that. That's horrible.
The heck is a turkey Twizzler? Sounds like a torture method you'd use in primary school.
You're not far off, mate. You're not far off. The first result when you search for turkey Twizzlers is a Reddit post called "Today I Learned." From Today I Learned, and like, yep, these are a thing that exists, and man, they're please let me send you an image of a turkey Twizzler. You will enjoy it, I'm sure. Unspecified pork product covered in fat. Is
pork the main component of Devon? Because that was the first thing that popped in my head when you said unspecified pork product surrounded in fat.
Not off the top of my head, no. But, potentially.
Because you know what I'm talking about with Devon, it's that sandwich meat, right?
Yep.
I presumed that was a British name given the name of it. One that we'd copy. Jack, if conversations don't dissolve into discussions around food, I don't want to talk. Oh, geez.
Curly fries, but meat? Essentially, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. You don't want to eat that. You don't want to know how much fat and grease came out of that when you cook them. Oh, no. As I said, unspecified pork product plus enough fat to make sure that you can't tell what it is when it's finished cooking. Well, except it's not pork, it's turkey, but...
Oh, dang it. For those not aware of what this is the image Wasted supplied. Do you know what's probably really bad about those things? They're still probably lower in fat than pork scratchings.
Test unit, no, no, please. Please. For your own safety, you need to see an object like that and back away, not towards.
Trying to think if there's anything horrible like that that I still enjoy these days. Yeah. The little mini Frankfurter hot dog things with tomato sauce are still a guilty pleasure of mine. They are unspecified meat product wrapped in red. I don't know
I
what.
will occasionally by myself for an evening. Just like once every 6 months, I have been known to go down and buy a jar of massive hot dogs and a couple of baguettes.
Yep.
And just like hot dog down the center of the baguette. Let's go.
Yep. For a little while, I was using those as treats to train Charlie. So I had them in the fridge. That was bad. That was not a wise move. Use hot dogs as treats to keep my kids quiet at dinner time. Yeah.
Not Little Smokies. Get out of here. Again, you guys, you bring it down every time. Now, hot dogs in spaghetti hoops. Flea junk is at the same time as well. Now we're onto something.
Why do I see myself in a couple of years having to supply that to Toby because he's like, I want that. I'm too tired to care and do the right thing.
Oh, no, Tanoki, hot dogs and spaghettis and spaghetti hoops came in a tin, all in one meal right there. Good stuff.
Oh, not having to make it up yourself.
Oh no.
Oh,
Heinz hot dog,
Wow.
mini hot dogs and spaghetti hoops. Oh, £1.59 a tin or something like that. Yep, let's go.
You know something's hitting nostalgia hard when the first thing that pops to your head is how much they used to be advertised for.
How much you used to be able to buy one for? Yep. You can't include Scotch eggs in this discussion because Scotch eggs are actually nice.
I don't
Scotch
think I've ever
eggs
had
be a
the
really
opportunity
good
to have a
food.
Scotch egg.
You can get fairly cheap and nasty Scotch eggs, of course, but you can also get some really nice Scotch eggs. For anyone not knowing what a Scotch egg is, it's a boiled egg wrapped in pork, wrapped in breadcrumb. And
Deep
the pork's
fried.
normally got sort of herb mix and so on in it, seasonings, herb mix in it, and then deep fry the thing.
It's kind of like
And garlic pie to go with it.
it's kind of like
That's a
what
lot
if
of
a
pork and
beef
egg.
Wellington met a chicken egg?
Also, they can be baked or deep fried, actually. You find both. The right ones are deep fried.
I was about to ask what your opinion on that was.
Yeah, and that's why it has to be deep fried. It's because to get it right, you need to deep fry it because it needs to cook quickly enough that you still get a runny yolk in the middle.
And I think we had a question about what this craft is supposed to do somewhere in there. It is supposed to fly.
And it's a DoorDash van. Using it to deliver food.
Yeah, that works better. I might finally have a tail shape that I'm almost happy with on one side. All this discussion coming from chips.
Right.
Do I think I will add tail fins? I'm not sure how Wasted would feel about me adding more things that might mess with the zero aerodynamics that this thing has.
Let's see what it does first. Yes, the blades are comically small for the size of this thing. That is one of our problems.
But this thing is much lighter than it looks. Because composite in this game is super lightweight. So while it looks quite large and heavy, it's not. Does it fly? Wasted's working on it. I'm just working on making it enclosed. And then I will fix the wiring once I'm happy with the shape. Basically, I'm trying not to get in his way when he wants to do any testing, because if I mess with the wiring when he wants to do some testing, it will make things impossible to run. That would be unhelpful. Wasted, have you ever had pickled eggs?
Of course.
How horrible are
pickling
they?
stuff is they're pretty bad. They are pretty bad. And this is someone who likes pickled food, like pickled red cabbage, pickled onions, gherkins, etc. All fine. Pickled egg, I'm fine, thanks.
Yeah,
They worse even than pickled beetroot, and pickled beetroot's pretty bad.
Oh, you don't like... See, I quite like beetroot. But then... Australian, so that makes sense. Because we put it in our burgers.
What? Why though? Why would you be like this?
Sweet earthy kick.
You said the word again.
I know.
Why would you want that in your burger?
I guess it kind of balances some of the richness of the runny egg. Hope Tex is still in chat, so this is good.
What does he know?
So the reason I know what Tex's opinion is on a runny egg is because I had a comment relatively recently on Wrong Way Up where this discussion came up. And
Tex has strong opinions on a runny egg.
Opinions.
Okay. How dare. Nothing worse than a runny egg, apparently. Or nothing better. I am unsure.
Nothing worse.
I suspect worse.
Yeah. So the typical classic Aussie burger would be, you know, burger patty, cheese, lettuce, onion, tomato. Like this would be the works burger. Fried slice of pineapple, beetroot, and a fried egg with a runny yolk. Oh, and bacon. I forgot the bacon.
You see, I was kind of fine until you hit the beetroot.
Honestly, when it's in amongst all that, it's just adding the earthiness. You don't really taste it individually. But it does mean that anything that dribbles off it stains your clothes.
Badly, and in more than one color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this is difference in regional laws and accessibility to like really fresh produce.
Oh, I would say quite a bit. There's a lot of traditional, like a lot of popular English food that, from what I understand, derives from rationing still.
Mm-hmm. I mean, less and less so as years go by, I've got to be honest, especially given that it's the last 20 years have been a bit of a food craze 20 years, if you know what I mean. There's
and the same here in Australia. Like a huge amount of our modern Australian stuff is from Thai cuisine, which is amazing.
I wouldn't choose to put the pineapple in that burger. Not with the egg. Like, those two together are a bit of a question. But I'm not against it. I'd give it a go. Ideally, I'd probably take that burger without the beetroot and without the pineapple.
Yeah. That's usually an option as well.
One of the nicest things I order is local pub does a morning delivery service, which is super cheap somehow. And they do breakfast burgers, and those are amazing.
Something else that I think impacts these things, other than just availability, is what the quality of the stuff that's available is. Like, the eggs that you can get in an American supermarket, a British supermarket, and an Australian supermarket are probably quite different.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
So just purely the flavor and freshness of the eggs may be quite different.
Mushroom, sure. Why the blue cheese? You lost me at blue cheese.
Blue cheese on a burger? I mean, you'll lose me at blue cheese anyway. I blue find it overwhelming.
In the right circumstances, but I'd find it quite overwhelming. Yeah. But again, this may be back to regional differences. I wouldn't be surprised to find that an American blue cheese, because of different laws on pasteurization and the like, are different to a British blue cheese. I mean, actually, thinking about it a little bit, I am absolutely 100% certain that the blue cheese you get in the US is very different to the blue cheese you get in the UK, because the blue cheese you get in the UK would not be legal to sell in the US.
And some of it might even be French.
And most of it would be French.
You can get the French cheeses here, but all of the stuff that's made here is fully pasteurized. So one of the reasons I became aware of that was while my partner was pregnant, she could have any Australian soft cheeses, but she couldn't have any French ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the main bit I was leaning at with the cheeses.
Oh.
A blue cheese in the UK or France would not be pasteurized ever.
No. The French would slap you for suggesting it.
Yeah, that is a bit of a faux pas. You know?
On the other hand, as my partner very much likes soft cheeses, it was really handy that we have pasteurized soft cheeses here. So that she didn't have to give up on those as well.
Yeah, sounds like it. Or switch to some slightly odd substitute that is probably not quite the same. Can't imagine how you'd make an oat-based blue cheese, for example. But Texfire, sir, I would suggest that in fact a burger is an American thing. And if you were to come over here, I would not be buying you a burger. Because honestly, all it would be is not dissimilar to what you could get where you already are.
That is always a valid point.
I'll get you something local.
Although it can sometimes be fun traveling and tasting the local variant on a popular, like something that's fairly international, like a burger. To see what's done differently and see whether you like what they do with it, different to what you would do with it at home.
Yeah, kind of with you. I just think burger's one of the least interesting platforms to do it with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying it to disagree, just saying it as there are other things maybe.
With the Cornish pasty is they're so ubiquitous, I wouldn't know where to take you to get a good one. It's just a staple.
I did enjoy the ones I got in Foy.
They're generally mostly good, but like, I couldn't think of anywhere better than a Greg's to take you to get a Cornish pasty, you know, or like a local baker. If that's all it would be. There wouldn't be some place where like, yes, that place does the best Cornish pasties. And if there was, again, it would just be a local baker.
I think I'd struggle to suggest foods to someone. If someone's a bit of a foodie, I think I'd struggle to suggest foods to them in Australia if they were from England, things that they should try. Because I think modern British and modern Australian are very much driven by what's fresh and what's available. And there's not all that much different a lot of the time.
I would want a pie floater.
Oh yeah, our pies. Our pies are probably a decent place to start from anyone from North America.
Your pies have got some unusual things, and a
Yes,
pie floater is very different.
We do fun things with meat pies.
Weirdly, yeah, a pie floater is top of my menu if I go to those. A pie floater is it's pea soup and a meat pie, basically. Put one and together. I'll be back in a sec, Mr. Blitzy. It has suddenly started blowing a gale and something is flapping around like it's going to break something.
Yeah, like a pie in pea soup, or your pie, like it's a meat pie with mushy peas equivalent, I guess. The Brits. Yeah, Australian meat pies, especially the chicken ones, be good. And the friends I have who've moved to North America and who used to really like pies, That's the thing they missed. Well, man, honestly, I'm I doubt there is any significant difference between Australian meat pies and Kiwi ones. A good bakery in either will probably have delicious meat pies.
Yeah,
Especially
Australia for me would be pie comparison. The Brits known pretty well for their pies, so I would be very interested to see the direct comparison. What's happened with the colony? Where have they gone with these pies?
I think the main thing is the change in one of the more popular styles of pastry for pies here is different to what I've seen and experienced in the UK. The pastry is intentionally made to be more chewy and flexible, making the pie easier to hold and easier to eat at a hand.
Still a short crust pastry, essentially, but not formed quite the same, as opposed to switching it to something like suet or...
Yeah, correct.
And if I was going to the US, if it was to a city, then it would be to try fast food. Honestly, because fast food doesn't exist in the UK outside of chains for like 90% of the cuisine types you're talking about. But unless it's Chinese or a kebab, you're buying from a chain place. And if it was in the country, anywhere, it would be barbecue. I'd go south and have barbecue.
I think the only thing that I really would want to properly try from the States is proper Southern barbecue.
Or some of the pizzas, actually.
Yeah, I've had the Chicago, New York pizza, hot dog stuff, and honestly, for me, it was just a bit.
Yeah, fair enough. I definitely not want to do it unless I had a local to say no, this place. Because that seems to be the biggest thing that I've picked up having talked to when I'm talking to US friends is the chains are around, but there's actually, at least city-wise, quite a lot of independent options, and you have to know the place.
Yeah, that definitely felt true of anything vaguely touristy in Chicago. If you knew locals, you could get a much better experience. But if you didn't, you were it was pretty difficult to find your way around and find what was good.
How are we looking, Mr. Splits? Do we want to go for a little attempt?
Oh, yeah?
I can't do much now without trying it. The rotors look level. I believe everything should be running. My PIDs seem to be reporting correctly. Slightly. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'll do one thing first. I'm going to put the PIDs on the other dashboard so that we can see them while flying.
Yep.
At least for now.
Yeah, Tex, that's a fair point. For any street food in any country, having a local is a massive advantage. Because if I was in Southeast Asia, having a local for telling me what street food to eat there would be an awesome benefit too.
Specifically thinking of street food, but I think of street food a bit differently, I guess, in this case, in that it's not fast food, it's food that's literally served on the street.
Yeah.
And that's less what I would think of the US for, and more if I was going to like Asia somewhere.
Yeah,
that's when
I don't think of street food.
I want street food, but I also need a local. Please help.
Because they drive everywhere. Street food's for places you can walk in.
We have some pretty damn good food trucks in the UK as well. They're just not in cities on streets. They're in just the right pullover by lane on the side of main highways all over the place. because they're really the trucker foods. But if you know the right ones,
And I know that Americans have street food. I had street food in New York and cities like that, but I was poking fun. And Australia doesn't really have street food because of similar
because
problems.
of not having any streets.
I think the places that I always think of with regard to street food tend to be places where to really enjoy yourself, you have to kind of ignore that you might get sick.
Always good.
They're places where the food safety standards are going to be uncertain. It's kind of like buying a kebab at the end of a night out. You're never sure how well you're going to be the next morning, and you're going to blame it on whatever you drank, not... You're going to have that kebab so you can blame it on the kebab.
At the same time, it's still a case of if you've got a local.
Yeah. That is why, when I was in Central America, I ate wherever I saw people who were talking in fluent Spanish. And then butchered my way through it, and they were all really friendly and ate awesome food surrounded by local, what seemed like probably local families. It was great. Ate some amazing food. All right. Flight test day.
Potentially. No, not potentially. In reality, I just need to fix that. No. If I'm going to come to the south, I am guaranteeing you I am not trying your fish and chips.
Unfortunately for me, a lot of the seafood stuff from the south, I can't eat.
It was catfish, Tommaso, yes. There are two things about catfish. One, we have catfish too. Two, catfish are bottom feeders.
It's just extra flavor then, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes. You don't try and persuade the person who lives in the country where you're never more than 45 miles away from salt water to try the seafood in the south of the US.
If it wasn't all full of shellfish, I would be game. Despite the fact that I have never lived more than... I reckon I've never lived more than about 15 kilometers from the ocean.
Real close. Crawfish, I would try. That's different. So, yeah, I'll be all right with a gumbo or a jambalaya.
Yeah, that's the sort of stuff I was thinking of.
And pike and walleye, I would rather have from Canada.
Unfortunately, the shellfish would make me sick. Wasted, I have the rear end enclosed in a way that I'm not unhappy with. Not super happy.
I'm not looks pretty good. I mean, it's a little contiguous.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
a really difficult shape to break
feels
up.
like it needs something to break up, but I don't think I can see any easy way of going, yeah, but hey, Spencer, you should just do this.
Yeah,
Because
I will
no,
probably
I don't
add
see any
some
obvious ones.
vertical bits in it, maybe once I see, but I wanted to at least get this shape in to then improve it.
Now, you notice anything?
I notice that I have sensor, PID, and battery info on this.
No, not that.
No?
The thrusters are currently on.
Ah, yeah, that's better. They all say 0.
Yes, we are no longer fighting.
Yay! Oh yeah, I never put the spotlights in. That's another job I need to do.
We are no longer struggling to take off when we're on the ground. If we ever change the height of the vehicle, that will have to change, but for now...
Awesome.
Now, do we have the thrust to lift ourselves?
I think we do.
Oh.
Oh.
On the rear thrusters, we're not doing anything there.
Lemming, I had meant to put the Skywalk on the workshop this week. I've just been really sick this week, so I haven't gotten much work done.
Because they are...
Is the anchor on?
Yeah, but they weren't even spinning.
Oh, I thought they spun up for a moment. Yeah, they're spinning.
No, the rear ones.
The front ones.
No, the rear ones should be spinning.
Oh, the rear ones aren't spinning.
Yeah, did you power them?
I thought I did. Let me go check.
Because I'm getting a reading from them as far as, like, the computer knows they're propellers.
Let me make sure that they are plugged in. They seem to be. Have you told their bridge to turn on?
You got a new bridge.
Yeah, I had to replace the bridge.
Did you call it the same thing?
I forgot what we called it, and I forgot that I was supposed to do that, so no.
Okay, so
what do I call it?
Discovered why it does not work. 1 second, I will find what I set that to.
Yep, and I will alias them
Dash
as required.
controls .xc. E-relay, and then a number.
E-relay?
Yep. Capital E, capital R, relay, and then a number. It doesn't actually matter what that number is as long as it's not the same as the other one.
Yep.
Oh, it could be made 3 if you wanted to be sure that it's not the same as the other one.
Well, I'm going to call it E-relay 4 to match the motor that it's attached to.
How clever. Which means you'll probably have to do the other one.
The other one is now E-relay 2.
Okay, that's probably how they were done originally, I would imagine.
I'll check the others to see if they are also set up in that same numbering system. No, they are not. I will rename them. That's 3. This one should be 1. Yep. Okay, now we should have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Considering the number of things that could go wrong, it's amazed me a few times how quickly we've figured out what some of the problems are.
On which note, our right-hand side anchor is down, but it's not actually... Oh, it is wired in, but I think it might be wired into a switch. I think.
Oh.
Or something that's not labeled, because it's down, and I cannot control it.
Let me find it. Where does the pink cable go?
Yeah, I don't know why it deployed itself, because previously it wasn't, but it is now deployed.
It's going into the router.
Yeah, okay, it was its name.
What's its name? Anchor.
Can you put a 1 at the end, please? Okay, I guess it's time to see if this thing can auto-correct itself.
Where are you?
In space, rotating violently.
That was just brilliant. I think it might be overcorrecting. It seems to be flipping.
I don't think it was expecting to be launched to space.
I love that that happened the instant I pressed the 1 key. You just gone.
I can tell you from inside, it was quite the experience. I was not prepared.
Oh, I kind of want to see it from your end. If someone can flip it on yours. Oh, that'd be delightful.
That was fun. Oof.
So good.
They should be, Kenny. I went around and corrected them. We'll find out. Okay, so the important part of what you have in front of you, Mr. Splitsy, is that whatever number you see on the left should have essentially close to a negative of itself on the right. With the exception of altitude, which obviously, because the altitude sensor's on our roof, starts off at 0.44.
Right, so if the sensor picks up a number, the PID should be matching it in the negative.
Yes, so basically, the way it works is you're seeing the output of the PID, which is the combination of the input I've requested and the target the PID is looking for.
Okay.
Then what the PID is looking for is for us to continue stable, straight in all angles.
Yep.
Obviously, my input is kind of overriding that.
Yep.
You should see anytime I'm not actively turning or doing anything, you should see the two slowly coalesce towards each other.
Makes sense. One sec, I'm just going to be distracted for a moment as I watch whatever this experience was from your end.
Go for it. It was a thing. Have fun.
Because from... Oh, yep. Whoa, you really did get high. By the time I looked up, you were nearly back at the ground.
Yes, I have a feeling the helicopter was doing a pretty good job of launching itself downwards during that, judging by the inputs, because I hadn't asked it to go up. So all of the things on my board are negative 2,000.
Oh, yeah.
So it's pushing itself actively down.
The PID was trying to adjust its altitude as well. You can see it in the clip.
Because we never asked to be that high up. It just did it.
Oh, that's so good.
And yes, some of what now would need to be adjusted to make this work properly is how aggressively they try and correct things.
Yep.
Which I can't really mess with until we start to do something with it.
Yeah. All right. Now that you properly unanchored, are you going to give us a test flight?
I don't know, my heart. My poor heart, Smitty.
Can you imagine how that would have felt if we had collision damage?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy.
Oh yeah, I was going to do something quickly to make your readout more sensible. Out is your second input, right?
How does my second what?
Altitude is your second input, and the answer is yes.
Yeah. Are you going to move? You change their orders?
No, what I did was I gave you the output after the correction, as opposed to before the correction.
Yep, makes sense.
So now you're seeing sort of, because the sensor's just being adjusted a little bit to come to what ground should be. Apparently not quite ground, it seems, but close enough.
Yep. Do-do-do. Huh. What did we break? Because the thrusters aren't doing anything.
No. Wait. We didn't break anything. We're good. We're good. I didn't turn them on.
Yep. The throughput of wattage is now. Oh, back down.
Right. So have a look at your PID information.
Yep.
How sane is it?
Apart from the fact that the altitude keeps recorrecting itself to. Oh.
Not very. Because it wants to spin us upside down immediately, which means one of the sensors is backwards.
I imagine pitch.
It does appear to be that it may be pitch.
Yeah, pitch is not moving the way I would expect it to. Because I think it was in the negative whenever the pitch was in the negative.
Yeah, which is not what we're supposed to be. So, math, negative, disconnect, connect.
But it's really hard to tell because of the update frequency and the fact that with the ray tracing it gets blurry.
How far down is pitch? Is it what number item?
Third.
Thank you. I'm flipping this upside down, and will now give you the real value in theory.
How do we flip ourselves over? Like that, I guess.
Yes, because it has no limits. It should just correct for us being upside down, even if we're upside down. So it should try and fix itself if that's the case, because half the inputs are backwards. All right. That's 2.
That's still trying to kick us backwards.
It is, yes.
Ooh,
I think it's because the back of the craft is too heavy to lift off the ground, potentially.
Oh, with the drill and everything back there.
Oh, wait, no, it's not. Something is just backwards.
Yeah, it is really difficult for me to, like, the values there, they just change so quickly when we're flipping for me to really be able to tell what's going on.
I saw. Rear props are rotating the wrong way. Let's have a look. I have notes in my program for which way around they should be. Oh yeah, I changed their pitch but not their rotation. Oh
yeah, they're rotating the same way as their front.
Yeah, I changed pitch but not rotation. Good spot, Danny. And other Danny. weird. Team Danny's strong today.
It took me a moment to even realize there were two people because like you.
They're the same color as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait. Something else is going on here. The rear props are running backwards, you say?
Thanks. Well, and thank you for. I don't know if you were here when I said it the last time, but thank you for the year's sub you gave me to Wasted the other day. Just drop one for text.
Splitsy, could you do me a favour?
Yes.
And jump in the pilot seat, and I would like to observe what is happening as I have this open.
Okay, what am I doing now?
You're giving me just a tiny weeny bit of throttle. So spacebar would be your control of choice, and I need a little bit more than that. You might wait. Reset the controls, and then you have a button to turn the thrusters on and off. And anchor yourself first at the bottom.
Okay.
Labeled.
The anchor's down?
Look for the switches. Anchor is not down. The light will turn on when it's active.
That's the drill. Oh no, that's the anchor.
No, it just says drill. I understand that this may be confusing to some, but...
Okay. That better?
Yeah, slow it down a bit if you can. Or just stop it and spin them. Okay, so if I'm seeing this correctly, every single rotor on it is going the wrong way.
Which way? Which way are they supposed to go?
They're supposed to coalesce. If I remember rightly, I'm just going to go and double check, but they're supposed to coalesce towards the front. Yes, they are. So towards the front and rear. So they're supposed to spin towards the front and spin towards the back. No, the front is not correct. All of them are wrong.
Right, so if you were caught on any of the propellers, you end up getting slammed into the front or back of the craft.
So it basically means that I have I have some setup in the script to reverse the output of some of these, of the mixer, we'll call it. And I've got the reverses on the wrong ones, basically. They're all going the wrong direction. And for Stream, who is currently hardcore doubting me, remember that I have someone else's documentation on the other screen.
So it seems like you've fixed the front but not the back yet. Is that correct?
No. As it currently stands, none are correct.
Oh.
I don't know why they've changed to now be spin the engines up again and then stop. Oh, did you finish him backwards?
There were?
Yeah, there may well be prop angle issues as well. Splitsy, bear with me a second.
Okay. Propeller. Oh, wait, I'm seeing Wasted Stream propeller direction. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, they are literally all going the exact opposite direction, aren't they, Wasted?
Yeah, but I want to double check because I'm not sure how they're behaving when you stop it. Whether they're actually going into reverse on the stop.
They do go into reverse on stop, yes.
So what I'm doing
the front two
is
do, the back two don't.
What I'm doing at the moment is adding in some negative 100% multipliers, or essentially multiplying everything by 0.01. So our outputs will be visible because they will only ever spin at 1% of what speed they're supposed to be spinning at. So now when you throttle up, they won't spin at some crazy rate, but actually show us the proper speed, like the proper direction with throttle on.
Yep. I put the throttle on and now it's showing what I believed to be their rotation.
Yes, which is all wrong.
Yep.
Every single one of them is going the wrong direction. Cool.
Ruthane is suggesting that the front prop angles are wrong, but the back ones are right.
Yeah, the prop angles are almost certainly wrong at this point because I've got everything backwards. Give me 2 seconds to fix this one.
All good. It's no wonder that this has been messed up when, you know, two people who are new to this, one of them who hasn't read the document that you've read, was building some of these parts. We're trying to get this to work. Huh.
And I've never done anything like this before.
Yeah.
I'm not a programmer. The closest I've ever come to any sort of coding has been in pure text form, opening someone else's stuff up enough times that I can find something that I can copy and paste or slightly reword that works.
And you still know more than I do.
I have flipped them. Do you want to give them a bit of throttle and see how they spin now?
Hey!
Cool. That is correct. I badly need to take a pee. Can you potentially fix the pitches?
I was about to say I might take a bio break at the same time.
Okay, it's joint bio break. Congratulations, everyone. Time to stretch your legs. Maybe think about getting yourself a glass of water.
Yep.
You know, we've been sitting down for a long time, and we're just here for you.
I presume Wasted's back.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to make the assumption that all of my twists are also wrong. Like surely they must all be backwards as well.
How?
Run the throttle again a little bit, and we'll see whether or not they're cutting through the air and providing lift.
Oh, right,
We want the leading edge of the blade up.
The front two do seem to be wrong.
Front two are wrong.
And the rear two are correct.
Interesting. So, remember when I originally said that I thought this might be all the same twist? So, rear two are correct. Oh no, ignore me. -1, 1, 1, -1. I was so close. I was so close. That won't actually change anything, by the way. That was just me changing my notes in the program so that I don't later down the line go and refer to some notes that are wrong.
Yeah, with something like this, it makes a lot of sense to have notes within that.
I can just refer to.
Yeah. There we go. That looks much better.
Nice. Right, I have a proposal. Do you want to do the flying? Because then I can be doing the tweaking.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Plus, you won't have lag.
Yeah, if my inputs can actually be quick enough to do anything, if my brain's fast enough.
Well, honestly, if it's behaving like that, then something's badly wrong and we need to fix it, because that's not the correct behavior, right?
All right, well, I guess I will unanchor us then.
No, thruster off. I have to fix the program to get rid of our
Thrusters are off.
massive reduction in our output, so...
Oh! Why?
Okay, so this is just a thing that happens with this. Understood.
Why? 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 Why do we fling out of the ground?
Something about how we attach to the ground pulls us partly into the ground, and then...
It could be the double anchor.
I don't know. They're not both hooked up at the moment, I don't think. Only one of them's actually attaching. Oh. I didn't fix the other one, so...
Oh, so it's not that.
Well, I mean, we're this way up now, so... What if I just delete these multipliers so that said vehicle has full access to right itself if it feels the need to?
Yep. And then I'll see if I can give it enough altitude thrust that it tries to, that it can manage to.
Okay, you are running again.
All right, thrusters on.
Oh, man.
Oh, come on.
Remember, your input is going to be reversed here. There you go.
Whoa.
Dude. I feel some promise.
Does have some promise. Oh.
I think you've always got T to reset your inputs. And let the PID take over.
Yep. I figured I'd let it land and then try and take off again.
Okay, so our correction inputs are a bit too aggressive? and a bit delayed. You
Yeah.
can see it trying to fix itself, but they're both aggressive and delayed. And we can only just lift ourselves. Is what I'm saying, is we can only just lift ourselves.
Yeah, we might be closer to the limits than I hoped we were.
Like, to the extent I think we're only getting off the ground due to rotor ground effect.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
You know what I mean? I noticed we can't
might
go any
be why-
higher than that.
That might
You
be
know,
why we keep getting twisted and weird, because we lose that
Because
effect and then drop.
The second it tries to adjust, it has to be at max. Otherwise, we fall out of the air. So, yeah, I think we might be running just hard into we do not have enough go.
Okay.
I could definitely sort our like inputs a bit better so it's trying to correct in a slightly more sensible way. Don't get me wrong, like that's not right either. But I am under the distinct impression that it is also struggling to get off the ground.
So.
Now, I talked to you a little bit about this the other night. It is something that is possible.
Oh, the cheesy thrusters.
Yeah. Oh, I just crashed my game.
Oh.
My game's very unstable at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's down though.
Could we double the props and have 2 on each thing?
Put one on the bottom.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah. As long as they're reversed and we run them...
They're not going to rotate about the correct center, though?
They should be close enough. Like, in reality, they may... Oh, I see what you mean, because they... It depends where it generates the force from, but I see where you're coming from, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me try tweaking these PIDs a little bit. See if I can make them a bit more aggressive.
The other thing is, weren't there slightly less than maximum size that actually gave more lift with the props?
I'd seen that in the past, but that was not more lift, that was more thrust. That generated a higher top speed, but it didn't necessarily generate more lift. Because that was a plane.
Yeah.
So its lift was coming from its wings. And I suspect the larger props were generating enough drag that it had to work harder to keep it in the air.
Ah, okay, yep. No, I understand.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, yep.
So I don't think that transfers here. We cannot widen the rotors. They are as big as they go.
Apparently, IRL quadcopters use double-bladed rotors, not quad. But I don't know what modeling the game has for how many blades and what effect that
Give
has.
it a go. Can we just give it a go? They are correct. Now you mention it. And in theory, people were talking about this a couple of streams ago, this is the most efficient rotor.
Yes.
Or propeller. Sorry, one prop would actually be the most efficient, but you can't balance it, so...
Yeah. Alright, are we just going to take off and test then?
Just give it a go. No. Sanity check first, you know?
Kinda seems to be doing the same thing. Oh, it just... No. I think we might have enough lift, but when it tries to control, it's like fully... it's changing the power delivery to them too much, so we lose altitude and fail. I think there might...
Let's find out.
...be some value in... Oh, are we still working off absolute altitudes as well?
Probably.
Because I can't control us over the water then.
No, it's above terrain.
Sorry, above terrain is what I meant. Because above terrain is above the sea floor.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh? Sounded like a eureka.
Yeah. The numbers we're outputting are unsanitized.
Oh.
Because of... Yeah, I see the problem. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to have to think about this for a second.
So what? You're trying to figure out how to...
The problem is... the... input is all getting polluted. So right now, the output to the propellers is either minus 6.2 million or plus 6.2 million.
Ah.
Depending on which propeller it is, and they take an input of 0 to 1, or minus 1 to plus 1.
Oh. That doesn't seem right.
Yes, it's because the absolute altitude is to the core, so I would have to modify it to find ground height above the center of the Earth.
We should be able to get a rough estimate.
Problem. We still have the same problem, though, which is that the output of this is capable of exceeding -1 to +1. Okay, so it's the outputs from the sensors, I think, are fouling things. Whatever number the sensor is throwing out on all of the sensors is throwing out numbers like right now with us flips upside down. It looks like both the tilt and the pitch are throwing out 135 and negative 135. Because we're upside down. But yeah, that's yeah, the sensor's involvement here. Each one of these, let's just see. Get rid of these prints. What output of the actual, what are we getting out of the pitch sensor, for example? Okay, so what are we getting out of the counter? Naught. So how can those two added together end up where they are? Is it just this damn altitude sensor? It might just be this damn altitude sensor. Hang on.
Yes, the shape of our vehicle does make for an interesting boat. It's a pretty solid raft.
It's the damn altitude sensor. Everything else is fine. Okay, so we're going to need to do altitude differently.
Okay.
We're going to need to set a velocity sensor instead. Can you make us a linear velocity sensor, please?
Sure. I will head back to the base. I'll be back in a minute. Sadly, I do not think we're going to be getting this thing to turn into a sub. I think if we can fly it, we can do some stuff with it, that will be the point we'll both be really happy. Velocity sensor. So I'm guessing Wasted's plan is to use the velocity sensor to pick up whether we are currently going up or currently going down, and if it is doing either, try and stop it. That's my presumption. What? Speed sensor, I'm guessing. Wasted, is a speed sensor what you need?
No, you should have a linear velocity sensor.
A linear okay. Hang on. I looked for velocity and didn't see that, and then I didn't think to look for linear.
Yeah, there's two. There's angular and linear.
Yep, linear, there we go. Right, I'll bring that over.
I like that idea for future, Ruthane. I would like to see just from this perspective whether or not the thing is working at all, because it looks like the only thing fouling the outputs to the motors was this altitude sensor. Like, technically it would be flyable now, it just has no process value to return to, which would mean that it would be in entire manual control of the thrust, which would be problematic for the other inputs, I think.
I can't even get my head around how that might end up going.
Yeah, well, because they're all going to be combining their inputs together, so eventually you'll be able to override it and just send a flat 1, at which point none of the other inputs can send anything useful.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. Do you want me to give the linear velocity sense to you? So you can place it in the correct...
Either that, or you can put it somewhere center point on the craft. Linear velocity is a fairly straightforward one, because it's literally just how fast we going. But how fast we going... I don't think of what the difference is. Yeah, it's independent of direction it is. How fast we're going specifically that way.
Okay, so I'll put it with the other sensors. Which
As long
way
as
do you want to
as long
define
it's,
as
because
forward?
it's forward. Forward is the front of the craft, but the one we're actually looking at is vertical.
Okay, so
Having it relatively so close to center of mass is useful, but not a big deal.
Vertical is Y. There you go. You have one sensor. Do you want me to name it?
Yes, please. Can I have it called vert? Vert sensor.
Oops. Called a Very to begin with, but now it is called just Vert.
Vert is good.
And yes, Y plus is up. Oh, wasted. Volpone in my chat, but also a couple of comments on YouTube. Responding positively to your gas sign, though confused why you didn't say petrol.
I don't know. It doesn't sound right if I put petrol there.
I know it feels like it should be an American thing, so you go with gas, right?
But not just that, but I okay, a good long while ago, but I've driven around or been driven around the US and seen a sign that just reads gas, whereas I've never seen that in the UK. It's always a brand.
True. That's true.
You know, they don't advertise the fact that they sell gas. It'll be a BP or a Shell or whoever.
Yep. No, or it'll be, or on the like publicly funded signs, it'll be fuel.
It would never just be gas.
Yeah. Because it might be gas, as in liquefied petroleum gas. Or it might be diesel, or it might be whatever.
Butane. So maybe
Such confidence.
Well, I don't know. The PID outputs look accurate. Do you want to hop on in and give us a drive?
Okay. How am I going to make this take off?
Why are you not? Oh, I'm driving it. Well, that's a good question.
Because our props aren't going to work very well underwater.
Nope.
I'm going to have to flip this the battery on a stick method, aren't I?
Maybe. I mean, I'd try it first.
I was. It didn't do anything.
Is the thrusters on? Yeah, they're on.
They just really can't fight the water.
No, you say they're on. They're turning the wrong ways to be on.
Oh, I was trying to get us to rotate.
Ah, right. Rotate is probably the weakest authority of a drone because of how they go about doing what they do. Rotate is your least effective axis of movement.
So remind me again what the controls were. A and D were
your Q and E were your roll.
Q and E aren't doing anything to the values.
Were your pitch.
Pressing Q and E isn't doing anything. W might give us something. No.
It should be.
Yeah, Q and E doesn't give me anything. Q and E, I think, might have been the yaw, and WD was the A and D. Sorry, were side to side based on what I'm seeing from the motor outputs.
Q and E is on the roll sensor, and is hooked up.
First reset, QE, no output change. AD, max one side, minimum the other. Oh no, you're right. It's diagonally. So yeah, you're right. It is doing it, but Q&E's not giving me any roll at all. you want to give it a go? See if it's something
No,
weird on
no,
my
no.
end? Hmm.
Oh, don't.
Huh?
That's right.
Okay. Hey! Okay, yeah, that's the inputs I expected. Alright, so, but
Yeah, I had a multiply in there and then didn't have a number I was multiplying it by, so it was being multiplied by 0.
alright, I think I'm gonna have to do the more manual flip
Yes,
method.
unfortunately, I think you are. I don't think we have the power. Did you disable our...
Okay. So, let's use buoyancy. Wait, what am I doing? Turn off symmetry before I do this. Now we use buoyancy. Oh, I wish I'd brought the tanks with me from their base.
Yeah, we had a load.
Oh, okay, buoyancy doesn't work. Although, maybe it will now that those props are out of the water. Alright, thrusters on. Oh, come on. There we go.
Okay, well, that's positive. We have a bunion.
I'm getting rid of Paul, don't worry.
Nice. Okay, so it looks like the velocity sensor is working okay because you notice it's just essentially attempting to counter the bounce with the waves as opposed to anything else.
Okay. So, now we're going to try and do a proper takeoff. You ready?
Hmm.
Do not flip over, you jerk! Curse you, machine.
Hmm. Now, remember earlier, we reversed the output of a certain sensor.
I believe I recall you saying reversing a lot of things. But much
No,
like
we
polarity, they didn't
specifically
all stick
reversed
in.
the pitch. Before
Oh,
we'd fixed
the rotors.
the rotors.
Yes. Alright, I will be back in a minute. I'm going to get more buoyancy.
Okay. Which is 3, and our linear velocity now got hooked up to 2. And where's that print that I left somewhere? Maybe it didn't.
All of the tanks. That's what I want. I'm glad I put 6 batteries on this, which we don't strictly
Yeah,
need. So if we do run out of
through.
yeah, we burn through our power quickly, but we could arguably get away with fewer batteries if we do struggle for mass. Did all that. Oh, our tanks are on the boat that's upside down somewhere, aren't they? That's right.
Oh, I've been upside down. My favourite place to be.
I mean, you live the time zone for it.
I was just saying, that's just makes me feel at home in this time zone. Yeah, this is what the other world lives like. Live POV from Australia.
Jeez. Oh,
Yes.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. So, I might have made a slight teaser for another Wrong Way series the other day.
Talked about the thing?
I did. I need to find some time where the two of us can have a chat about whether and how you might like to be involved with it, and also whether my ideas are things that you're like, that's just so dumb. It's fun. It sounds fun, but dumb.
I have faith in your ideas for the most part, and I have some thoughts about what you want to talk about, so sure.
Excellent. There we go. That might actually get us be able to flip over.
This is very good testing to make sure that my PIDs are set up correctly as well. Thank you.
Try and make it a bit more balanced as I do it, though. No, Tommaso, that will not be a stream at all. That would be just Wasted and I chatting.
Unheard of. Streamers talking off stream? No.
Secretly plotting. That's what we do. Do you have any issues if I turn the thrusters on to right us?
No, go for it. I'm just watching my PIDs, making sure I understand what it's trying to do. What on earth have we got on? But now we really do have a bunion.
Yeah, I'd made a large tank a little while ago, and I was like, I wonder how much buoyancy this gives. Yeah. It was perfect, because it means it's a one-click, add this, flip over, remove this, done.
I'm good.
Okay. So are we good for another flight test?
Yeah.
No! Why do you nose in every time, thing?
I was not like watching the things because I was an idiot. CG shouldn't matter because the tilt sensor should still be picking up on the fact that we're tilting and trying to correct it regardless.
It's
like the whole point of this is that because of the sensors involved, it doesn't matter that the center of mass is off, because if the front dips down, then the rear will attempt to correct for it.
Yeah, the rear should not be pulling up so hard, but it still is anyway. I was wondering what was going on there, and then I realized you were in the pilot seat. No, wait, you're not.
I'm not in the pilot seat. It's just trying to fix itself.
I got it close enough that it was able to actually attempt it. Oh, wait, it's still trying to take off. Oh, this thing is so confused. Stop trying to take off. I said reset. Okay. I feel like this vehicle is like, if I pretend I'm dead by lying on upside down in the water, surely they'll make me stop making me do things. So, if we're right at or really near the limit of our thrust from these props, I would have thought
it might not be able to counter. It's weird that it's overriding the rear. If that makes sense. It's very odd that it is deciding to intentionally flip us.
Yeah.
Right. Let me just try something. You want to give it another go, Mrs. P?
All right.
That looks like a nope.
Certainly not.
Right. Failed. No, I
it's
removed
not flipping
the... Yeah, but I removed the reverse on those two props, and if you look, it's because it's now not running in the same direction. They're all running the same way.
Yeah, the ones on the left are... Hang on. Wasted. Do the props try and flip their spin to change their...
No.
Because it seems like that's what's happening.
No, they'd have to be hooked up to pitch for that.
No. Have a look at what they're doing. Each time they stop, they start spinning the opposite direction.
Yeah, because they're overcorrecting at the moment for our back and forth. You see how they're trying to hold us
Shouldn't
stable.
we be using pitch to change that, not rotor
This
speed?
is roll.
Shouldn't we be changing the blade angle instead?
You can, but that is not how the maths that I've looked at is worked out. It's motor PWM that you're powering, not pitch, because pitch is not something you can change on a quad normally. Pitch, to change a pitch requires like a full-on collective setup like you have on a helicopter. So most quads are not built with variable pitch blades.
Right. So, but if we're doing this and we're running relatively close to our thrust limit, it means we drop.
Yes, indeed. So what I can do is now try modifying the PID controller to add some hysteresis or so on. That, like, this is what the PID controller does, is try and add prediction and history to the mix in order to try and normalize it back out again.
What I'm also hearing is we should really be flying something that can be lifted by only 2 of our 4 rotors.
Yes, because at times you will have 2 of the 4 rotors be completely off.
Right.
Potentially.
Okay, so we need a lot more thrust than we have. So we probably do need to put more props on.
It might fly as it currently stands, but it's going to barely fly.
Yeah, and barely fly doesn't seem to really work for a quadcopter.
Not normally, no. Again,
whereas
you're
it
back
does for
into
plane.
beat the air into submission territory. And
So is this where
We can't do 6 rabble, unfortunately. With 4 is our max.
I think I have an idea that
Or
you
you think
mentioned before, which is we put the props so they spin through each other.
Okay, so you can do this. He says, hoping that this time around it doesn't make me crash. I think it might have been a coincidence last time around because I clicked too many times because the lag sometimes surprises me. But you can do that.
So the other idea I had was... Oh, stop taking off!
We didn't turn off the thing. Splizzy.
I know. Oh.
Now we're upside down.
Probably easier underwater because it won't spin. Other idea I had...
I don't know why at that point it suddenly decided to flip upside down. That's not a great sign.
Oh, come on. No, it's moving too much.
It is moving surprisingly quickly.
It's heading towards land eventually.
Land ho!
Alright, I'll flip it over. That might slow it down. Where is this?
It's odd. I'm glad it floats.
It is handy. Yes, Ardy.
Starting again is not something I think either of us want to do at the moment.
No. I feel like that would be, So, Wasted, what game are we playing next week sort of situation? If we got to that point. Wasted, what I was thinking was whether the game would allow us to do this.
Playing Satisfactory at the moment, so... I mean, it will, yes.
The reason I thought that might be more favourable to us is because that puts it on exactly the right pivot point.
One too low down. But yes.
One too low, but yeah.
Yeah, you got it on the offset as opposed to on the flat block. But yeah, I mean, it works, it works. The game is relatively unbothered. That'll have a bit of interesting percussions for our roll characteristics, but not massive because they're not too far apart.
Alright. So, do you have another 3 props?
I have another one. No, I gave you my 1 prop, I think. No, I have another none props.
Okay, I'll go make 3.
I'll
go make 3 more.
That many.
And we'll see if this will give us enough lift. The reason I was thinking of doing it this way is because this is really quick for us to hook up. And we can test to see if this gives us enough lift. If this works, great. Then we can try and put it underneath where it looks more believable and sensible. But underneath...
I 100% see where Splitzy is coming from. With this one, you just need to put, you just need to name it 2, and I put a star in my program, and it works. Whereas the other one, we need to worry about which way round they rotate, because they're going to need to be reverse rotation and reversed pitch for each one of the rotors. It just gets a bit more complex, a bit more annoying. So I'm with Splits on this. For a sanity check, this is the way to do it. Yes, I may have been back here earlier making various things. They're all set up on some big production train that was leading into motors, I think.
All good. What are we missing? We've got aluminium casings. We've got casings. Connectors. We've got connectors. Discs. We've got discs. Motors. That's what we're missing.
Yeah, because they're quite expensive.
So we're going to be missing magnets. No, we got magnets.
Circuits.
Awesome. Oh, you're over here too.
It's always circuits.
It's always circuits?
Yeah.
What's this?
Might as well be.
We've got circuits. We've got 7 of them. Casing, circuit, connector, disc, magnet. Oh, we're out of wire. Out of wires. Well, Danny, the reason that I don't think Wasted wants to put a clamp in to stop the thrusters going negative is because,
Wait, no, you might be onto something.
Because I thought that's...
No, I might... The clamp might go on earlier.
Okay.
Because essentially, you know, you imagine you've got a chain of add, subtract, add, or subtract, add, or whatever it might be. All of that is clearly expecting an input between 0 and 1. Otherwise, you'd be looking at double negatives and all sorts of weirdness.
Yep.
So actually, Danny of the jig variety, as opposed to the 22222 variety, might actually be onto something.
Because that's kind of that's what I was thinking before, but it didn't.
I'm throwing negatives into it when it's not expecting them.
Yep. Yeah, that's when I was asking you about whether you thought we needed double the thrust that we actually... like, need to at least have double the thrust, the minimum thrust, that is. That's kind of where I was about to go with it, and then I was like,
I mean, I think we still probably do, to be honest, because some of them will be off at the very least.
Yeah, but also, don't we need that for yaw, so that they can spin in the opposite directions?
Yeah. No, good call, Danny.
It might allow us to fly at least without any yaw, but...
I'm not sure I call this more limited scope than Space Engineers. I would just say the scope is in a different direction.
Yeah. Space Engineers' scope is very much tied around voxels and collisions. Whereas scope here seems to be more around aerodynamics and control. And another element
control
that I'm missing,
and as it goes through sort of electronic piping, like system management. You know, there's some factory elements here where you're dealing with not just control, but also like on a very binary level, sort of binary level programming almost. When it comes to how your like power and other things are running around. Yep, no, 100% there. I think you have landed on the problem. A quadcopter would be expecting an output of 0 to 1. It's motor PWM. You don't run... in particular, the in-runner style motor that quadcopters uses don't run backwards. Not only that, but running your props backwards would be a problem because you just reversed all of the... Yeah, so... No, I think we have landed on...
So should I still be adding the second props?
No, I think we should. I think that will be a safer test than not doing so.
Oh, so slower is enough to make the yaw possible. You don't have to be inverse. Right. Fair enough. Okay, so what I was going to ask earlier probably should have been... I probably should have completed my thoughts because it was what Danny just suggested. Oh well. You live, you learn. Let's do this really ugly. Okay, now we needed all those extra batteries that I put on this.
saying that, I'm going to head back and get some more batteries.
Oh, just in case. Oh, just so we can transfer power.
33% charge, that way we can transfer power.
Ooh, yeah.
You see what I mean? It's like over tonight we've been going for a bit, but we have worn those batteries down because those rotors do use a fair bit.
Yeah.
Jonesy, the sensor does not need airflow, no, and we're measuring airspeed using an airspeed sensor. Although it's not fed into the system in any way because airspeed's not particularly relevant for how fast you're going. Yeah, maybe on an advanced control system, but on what we're using here, not important one.
Okay. Drops the wired in. I'm going to match them to their partner and name them.
Match them as a partner and name them something.
The same with a 2.
With a 2, and hopefully that's enough. The other ones, I mean, a unique name should be enough on its own, so. Yeah.
3.3 minus 1. All right. And the props will be set up by the time you get back. There we go. Doubled our propellers. Are you bringing this stuff to do the drain the charge into the batteries that are here? Or should I come back?
Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
As well?
I'm not entirely sure what it needs.
That's alright, I'll come back and set it up. Oh wait, no. Oh, did I set up the draining system on the vehicle or on the dock? Can't remember. Because otherwise you may just be able to plug into the door. Because the door...
Yeah.
Assuming I put the draining system in the vehicle, which I'm not sure I did. I may have put the unidirectional flow on the dock. And I'm being told by my chat I set it up on the dock. Because of course I did, because I was like, well, this way we don't have to have that mass on the vehicle. I only have to set it up once. And I was wrong. You alright if I stop the screws, or do you still need more?
I'm kind of running out of everything. This is the...
Yeah. Oh, you got 3 batteries made.
Yep, that's enough of the batteries. It was more like, look at the rest of the stuff.
Yeah. It's a bit dire.
Outside of our 1.1 million concrete, we're looking not amazing.
Well, I tried not to make too much stuff off stream. It does feel a bit too much instant chest full of diamonds if you do a lot of it.
Hey, we're out of silicon again. No, we're not. What the hell?
We had a... Oh, no. It does indeed still sound like a dot matrix printer. junction. Cool. Alright. I've got the bits for draining the batteries. What else do we... There you go. I'm making plastic while you've got the wire and other things making.
Looks good. Although I'm leery of leaving it running when we're not here.
Yeah, me too. Alright, let's head back, I guess. Wasted's going to show off his potentially superior speed techniques. Hello, Jonesy. If you want to set up specific amount, inventory script from Space Engineers style, you need to script that yourself. Which kind of harks back to my comment earlier this stream of, for those not wanting to do those things themselves, once the game's a bit more mature and people have published scripts that do that for you, then that's probably the easier way, is just get someone else's script to do it. Alright. You picked up the batteries, right?
Yeah, let me drop these for you. Wait, no, not that one. That one. So I can fix the program.
Curious. Are these extra steps needed? I don't think they are. You know what? I think we were accidentally misled by Baccioli in the degree of complexity required for setting up these drainage systems. You just need a junction. Because it's unidirectional flow and it'll just work. So I don't need power converters. It's handy. True, Lexikitty. He may have done an update to make that a simpler process so it wasn't required because it felt overly cumbersome. Won't this work until the batteries balance out? I'm not sure. Maybe that's the thing that it won't. It'll stop at that point. True. True, true. You could be right. That could be the problem. Oh, I just deleted some cable. Whoops. That's probably the bit that I'm forgetting. Oh, that's gonna fill us up to 80-ish%.
Sorry about that, Mr. Splits. Some people showed up outside my house shouting some not stream-friendly things. They were lost and drunk.
Right. Delightful. That's just what you want people doing outside your house when you've got teenagers that are meant to be asleep in it.
Thankfully, the younger one of the two is not at home this evening. Yeah, otherwise, indeed. But, yeah, who does that at 3:30 a.m.? People who, unfortunately, my house is in the middle of a public wood. And it's woodland that sometimes people go and drink on, and then go for a wander, and find a place with, oh look, there's swings and a trampoline, and...
Yep.
And the only thing really separating it from the rest of the wood is a little wire fence, and, you know, we can just step over that.
See you, bye, babe. Yeah, that's, I don't really have the right words for that.
We woke up one morning, there's someone on our front lawn, in their car, doing burnouts on the grass. The true comeuppance was when they then tried to leave the front lawn after we called the police and discovered that the bank leading down to that said front lawn was a bit steeper than they thought it was. And in fact, a car that can go down it cannot necessarily go back up it again. So yes, we did have a load of tire marks and a car we had to retrieve from the front lawn, which obviously the police handled. But at the same time, fuck it.
Yeah. That's... It's
immediate karma, the best kind of karma.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the police were annoyed. They had to get a crane in.
Do you guys have the rules over there that a car like that then just gets sold off?
Yeah, it essentially gets impounded unless someone shows up, in which case they're showing up to admit to a felony. It just gets sold off.
Oh, no, I mean here, even if the cops catch the person, the car gets sold still.
Technically, I believe that you can come back and put up a fight and try and get your car returned to you, but at that point, what you're also doing is admitting to whatever felony it was, and good luck with that.
Yeah, here, at least in most of our states, if you get caught, your car gets taken, it gets sold, and you get the punishments as well.
It depends a bit on what you get caught for and the circumstances.
Yeah, like that sort of behavior would be the sort of behavior that those laws were designed for.
If the car was abandoned like that, yeah, 100%. And it wouldn't be sold, it would be crushed.
Oh, no, I don't mean abandoned. I mean, you get pulled over by the cops doing that sort of behavior. They arrest you, impound, and sell your car.
I don't know if that would be enough in the UK or not.
So that feels like the right sort of karma for that. To me.
No, I didn't need to wear out my nightshirt and boldly exclaim, "Get off my lawn, you damn kids." I just have a really, really, really powerful flashlight. And when that suddenly lights up from the top window, people are like, "No, I'm done with this."
Oh, why are you not working? Uh-oh.
Get out of here, your kids.
Yeah, there we go.
Get out of here, your kids.
Particularly incoherent on that day, Mr. Garback. All right, then. How are we looking? We appear to have 81.5% charge.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's about what we started with, so...
We're going to use it up twice as fast.
Yep.
Okay.
believe in theory they should all be done. That should just be a case of adding an asterisk to the existing program to go, hey, instead of this prop, how about all the props?
Alrighty then. Thrusters
And they...
on. Make go up now.
Right, maybe our pitch sensor reversed.
Something's weird with it.
Because that's definitely a... can we go upside down now, please?
Don't have thrust, don't have thrust. Wait, flip, there we go. I was able to write us that time, though.
Nice.
Like, that was me actively engaged in the writing process.
Let's have a look. I don't think we do need the clamps. Let's put a print on this output. We should be...
After this game, you'll be capable of building and coding your own drunk defense flashlight tower for your garden.
I definitely have some urges to, after this, I'm going to start messing around a bit more with robotics. Because, like, I've always kind of wanted to be into that anyway, because I was so heavily
Me
into
too.
RC stuff. And this is just an excuse, like, there's blatantly node-based robotics programming like this. Alright, in theory, we are resaved and negatived.
Okay. Thrusters on. Taken off.
I find it weird that I'm not getting a printed output from this BID.
Over we go. Ah.
It's interesting because so you did we roll that time
I don't know what happened
or
that
did we
time.
pitch?
We flipped over forward again.
Flipped over forwards again.
Oh, hang on. Wasted. When I try and
up?
push forward, the front props go faster.
Pitch and forwards is reversed for you. Gotcha.
So that's reversed for me. I don't know what else. But I wasn't trying to fight it then.
No, fair enough. Just gives us a start. That's your pitch fixed, in theory. How
So
about your roll?
hang on. I think it might be trying to correct the wrong way. I don't think the sensor's telling it the wrong info. I think it's trying to do the wrong thing in response to the sensor.
Mm,
And so it
that
gets
would
into
mean
a snowball.
either the motor is wrong.
That's my guess. Motor is wrong.
Which motor we're controlling is wrong?
Well, no. Yeah, possibly, because same when I press W, the front motors are getting controlled instead of getting the wrong controls.
Well, this may be to do with the outputs of how Archean handles which one is W and which one is S.
Well, that shouldn't be inverted even with me playing inverted. Because I don't invert that.
I got you. I'm wary because I spent quite a bit of time quite early in a stream where I was quite awake arranging the mixing order and which props they linked to. And so I would be wary of...
Yeah, so if that side of things were wrong, when I press W, shouldn't I...
Well, no, because that may simply be what outputs and inputs. Remember, W and S as far as the... Right, so I know exactly what's happening. You're expecting an inverted control.
No, I'm not.
But, you know, the inputs from W and S are just either 1 or 0, 1 or -1.
Yeah.
Run through a multiplier.
Yes.
And so if they are backwards, that doesn't necessarily mean the mixer is backwards. It could simply mean that the output that Archean is providing is backwards to what you're expecting. That has nothing to do with how the pitch sensor is working or so, and your inputs are separate from that.
No, but it is doing... So the reason I was thinking that they might have been related is that the way that we're flipping over is behaving the same as if I was trying to counteract what was going on, and it was just amplifying everything.
Okay.
It's what made me suspicious. It's what made me think, oh wait, maybe this is where it's going wrong. I do know that with the way you've written it, they're separate issues, but it was just, I was like, is that where it's gone wrong? Because I remember last stream you were doing the mix.
Give it a try.
Checked it all.
I've just reversed the inputs to the motors.
So that's going the right way now. I do that. And now it's flipping us over. It's controlling us, not me.
Which may well be the reverse pitch sensor.
Flip us over again.
Sad that there's a way of controlling rotor length via the computer. That would be amazing. Yeah, not all of our rotors are turning either.
No.
Did you...
Wasted.
What's up?
The thruster button doesn't turn them all off.
No, it probably doesn't.
The thrusters are currently set to off right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, probably wouldn't. Dash controls...
Oh. Was I just trying to fly us with the old rotors that we had set up before anyway? Was I not actually flying us with all 8?
Setting up the dash controls is going to be really hard because that's done using a data relay, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it is. And I didn't put...
You didn't put extra relays in for it, did you?
I didn't, no. I just quick did it, but I can put them in if you want. Well, let me put that in while you're looking at the other stuff. That is not a door.
I think I've got the other stuff. Fine, the reversing of the pitches is done. That's super straightforward. So they're on by default. They are data wired as far as ability to direct the controls to them. You notice the ones that are running are the outside ones. You just turned off the inside ones. So as long as we don't mind the fact that we can't turn them on and off, it's functional. Although, oh yeah, I'm unsure.
It does make it tricky for writing the craft.
Yes, for sure. We won't need that. It works now.
Oh, heading back to base, let me plug in the other batteries anyway. Get them charged. I want high voltage relay. Glad we never ended up too far from base.
That was all intentional. It's part of my fly home script.
It's when did you become a puffus? Now, because I did cheapo wire this is not too painful to fix. Now the relays, you're using like an E-relay star command already, aren't you?
Yes. So
Okay,
all
so I
I
can
need
just call
is
them
to
B or something.
name them something different, and it'll be fine.
Oh, oops. That's not where I want that.
No moment, it doesn't.
That's... This is always... every time we do something. 12 more steps later.
This is this game, it appears, Mr. Splitsy.
Yes.
Again, I can see some positives to it from the angle of they've unthinkingly created professions. If that makes sense. It's like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think it was intentional, but this game has professions. And it not only does it have professions, but it has opportunities for all of those professions to come and combine on a single build.
Yep. I'm also a little bit worried now about what I've just done. I placed all these relays the right way around. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, although we may be taking Splitsy's electrician rights away from him at some point in the near future. This
That's
once upon a
alright.
time looked quite good.
I think that's probably quite fair. Okay, that should
How are
be
you
all
even
wired
hooking
up
these
now.
on? Okay. So via bridges, you reckon?
Yep, they're all on relays.
You will be the one to tell me that.
Okay. So, turn them off.
Well, turning off the thrusters certainly has a impact.
Yep, and they're not turning. None of them are turning as I try and give it thrust. Now we turn it on. And we try and lift. Well, that's a different outcome.
Because our roll correction is a little severe. That's fine. That's fine. This is another change I made earlier that I suspect might end up becoming a bit extreme because our corrective measures are one-to-one with your inputs. Okay. I have reduced the impact of the PID controller on what you're doing.
And all of our blades are spinning backwards again. Huh? What? Yep, they're all going backwards. It is pushing us down into the water. I didn't flip them! I didn't do anything. But yeah, they're all going backwards.
Okay, so the...
Ah. Yeah, Orange Bunny, that's kind of a nice way of phrasing it. Having something that's a wiring runway so you can kind of lay down that, enter it at one end, exit it
conduit.
wherever you need. A conduit, yeah.
Conduit and then even some of those, they're diehard tubes.
Huh. I mean, obviously you can make those manually, but having something that you can just pop down as a strip.
Give it, Mr. Splitsy.
Alrighty. That's more like it. No, 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 no. Ah,
Are you giving any control input?
I was trying to. I can stop.
No, it's fine.
I'm no longer giving control input. But I was trying to go just up, and then it started pitching forward again. Alright. I will try up again.
Yep.
That's 100% it.
Yeah.
Hey, we're on land. That's probably worse. Unless... Oh, no it's not. Whoa! Yeah, it worked. Eventually. Okay.
Give it a second.
Yep. Edging us closer back to our base. That's what I'm doing. Wait, so I'm just going to do something really dumb. Bear with me.
I don't think I understand the deal here.
Nope, not that way. Not that way. No. Not back in the water. No. Okay, it didn't work. I was gonna see if I could roll us back to home. Oh no, it's still... Stop fighting. No, start fighting. Go back that way. No, no, no. Oh. Now stop. Oh, wrong key. Oh boy. I made it a lot worse.
Alright, I got an idea.
Oh, 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 come on. Yes!
Right.
Hey, Bell Nick.
No more counters. You have direct control.
Oh. That's terrifying. Let me get rid of the thing. The growth. And not a tumor.
Oh, actually, no. I'll give you a counter for your thruster. No, actually, I know I want. Just hold it. See how it flies.
So you just want to see what happens if I just try and directly control everything.
Yeah, it's just the PID controllers. No, the PIDs are still there, but instead of having a PID counter-based input where you tap it and it increases it by a little bit,
Yep.
this is designed to be held.
Okay.
On or off.
All right. Thrusters on. I couldn't stop us from flipping. No. When I... Okay, if you were controlling this and you pressed W, what would you expect to happen with the rotors?
If I press W, I would expect the nose to go up.
Those to go up?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay, this is a me being inverted thing. Never mind. Stop flipping over, I told you, reset! No! No!
You no longer have a reset.
Oh.
They're direct input. So if you let go and it's still tipping you over, this is why I went direct input, is because if it's correcting wrong, it's entirely down to the PID. So if you see that looks to have corrected us back to level.
That was me doing that, now that I understand what my input was supposed to do.
Yeah, you understand what I mean? It's like I stripped out any extra shenanigans. This is purely you get manual control and the PID should be trying to correct so I can see what the PID is doing.
Oh, I'm trying to fix, and it is not fixing. It's not fixing.
Yep.
I cannot fix it.
Well, the orb appeared on us as we were coming down.
No, don't keep rolling, don't keep rolling! You jerk machine, why? Stop.
Well, that's why you talk to me and tell me what it's doing, Mr. Spletty.
No.
If it is trying to be upside down when it comes to the roll,
Okay.
you tell me, and then I'm like, okay, cool. Then the sensor's probably backwards. Let me fix the sensor.
All right, let me. Now that I somewhat understand what my role is here, let me let me try that again. Okay.
Feedback, Mr. Splitsy, feedback.
All right, so I'm just gonna try and go straight up, and should this be trying to keep me level?
Yes.
Okay. We are pitching forward, and it is tilting further and further and further. I cannot counter it.
Yeah, the resultant output is not right. Not in the way it should be.
Turn off the thrusters. We're upside, or right side up.
Hang on.
Also, any chance we can make WB go forward rather than go backwards?
It should technically be neither. But yes. It's not my fault that W sends a 1 in this game. Okay? I didn't choose that. It just does.
I'm just asking because, like, if we're at a point where I'm trying to...
That's fine. I'm just saying I didn't pick it to send a 1.
Oh, I so want to start messing with the wiring, but I know I shouldn't. Oh, actually, there is wiring I can do while you're doing other things.
Hmm.
I can do data cabling.
Hmm.
Hmm?
What if? What if all of our pitches were inverted? No, they're not. They're the right way. I hate how they twitch in random directions.
Uh, what's that? Yes. Ah, I have improved one of the many wrong cables. Hello, Jonesy. What are you trying to say with that? Once placed on your build, it can be connected to your computer, for example, to retrieve your tilt between -1 and +1. Are you talking about the sensors? Turkey's up. I never know whether any doohickey is connected to anything. Actually, no, I know whether they're connected. I just don't know what they're doing a lot of the time. I'm just trying to make it pretty. That's my job. The tilt sensor. I think the trouble is there's a lot of maths going on with all of the sensors, and Waster's not sure where the issue is with any of that. And it's very difficult to determine because there are a lot of bits that can mess all of the stuff we're seeing up. And we're just, yeah, really struggling to figure that part of it out. And sometimes I feel like maybe I could be helpful, and then other times I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure everything I've just said to Wasted has not been helpful. Also, doing this while the boat is rocking is not helpful. Not visible anywhere. That should be on the other side of it, so that shouldn't be visible. No, it's good. Nope, that's visible. Try that. That looks hidden. Nope. Oh, you... I think. Oh. Nope, that's wrong too. Come on. Play nice with me. All I want is a hidden cable. Is that too much to ask? Ooh. I think it's hidden. I think it's hidden. Yes. Bye. No. Eisen, I believe Capac took the job of driving things over the edge. Wasted, I so wish I knew more of what you were doing to be able to give you some, try and offer some insight.
No, you're good, man. I think I've just figured out what it was. It is simply down to the fact that the data coming out of our sensors is not being provided in the same format as the data coming out of your inputs.
Oh.
Your inputs are providing somewhere between -1 and +1.
Yeah.
But the data coming out of, for example, the tilt sensor could be anywhere up to plus or minus 180.
Yeah.
And the angular velocity sensor could be huge numbers. You know, all of these things could throw out a number that is way above 1.
And
cause
something I'm completely unable to counter as a result.
It's something you're unable to counter because it's already maxed out all of the inputs. Because, of course, these are throwing out numbers consistently that are way further, way higher than 1. You know, any number one of these, like pitch, the second you're over 1 degree of pitch,
Yeah.
you've already maxed it out and it's like absolutely pushing you.
So how do you do a conversion to deal with that? Because you can't just
essentially you're dividing it by the number of degrees you have.
Right. So you probably want to, so for the angular ones, divide them by 180.
Yeah. And then potentially multiply the result. I don't think converting to a percentage is something that's just built in, unfortunately. But if we adjusted the control values, none of that helped when at the end of the thing, the input for speed is a number between -1 and +1. We have to normalize it to what our eventual output's going to be, which is a value between -1 and +1. That's adjusted at the PID. God, I hate it when someone who actually knows how to code shows up in chat. Like, all sorts of... Hey, Joe. How you doing? So you want me to multiply my input values up to a sensible comparative number?
Hang on. If you're getting degrees from the tilt sensor, but the tilt sensor on the wiki says it goes from -1 to +1, what's happening there?
No, the tilt sensor's perhaps not the correct example.
Oh, okay.
Remember, we're not just using tilt sensors on this.
I know.
We have a couple of other. dangerous move, Mrs. Spacey.
Oh. You want me to come back?
Whenever you're ready.
Alrighty. On my way.
Yeah, PID will normalize the values back down to a 0 to 1 range.
Okay. Is it takeoff time?
Yep.
Thrusters on. 3, 2, 1. That's slowly doing the same thing.
All right. Give you
Although I'm not actually taking off.
all right. Now you gotta go.
Whoa, whoa. Oh no. Okay.
Good momento.
Is this still me with full control?
This is you with full control with no PID.
Okay.
Let me just hang
Right,
on.
so
Let me just...
that makes sense because we've got more lift at the back than I think our thrust is actually more back heavy than front. Our front is the heavier part of our vehicle, surprisingly.
Try again now. Sorry, I don't actually think the PID was turned off properly.
I can't do anything now.
Okay. Well, that answers that question. Good to know. Thank you.
Thrusters are on. Supposedly.
Yeah, if I give it a p-value of nothing, it won't let you do it. Basically.
Ah.
No, so we are dealing with a 1-to-1 P like this, with no input, no set point. It won't be interference. And so this is purely the behavior of the craft when just driven normally. And I think the answer is, it's very unstable.
Yeah. Did we have a way of showing the center of mass? Or seeing it?
Yes, if we get out...
Oh, you just press
and
V
then
on the
just
build, isn't it?
Tap. If you just tap V, you can then click back into it and get rid of the window, etc., and still see the... and do other things with it still up.
It's not that bad. It is really not that bad.
Okay, so have we messed up in some way where the back motors are getting less power than the front? Because they did seem to spin slower.
Well, the back motors would be getting more than the front, wouldn't they? Because we keep flipping forward.
Maybe? I don't know.
Could we use a... Would gyro... Is there any gyroscopic stabilizing we could... Like, can we space engineers this?
Unacceptable.
But yeah, the center of mass is almost directly under this light. So our mass distribution is actually surprisingly good.
Well, with the exception of us.
Oh, all right. If you hop in, how much further forward does it move? Doesn't move a lot.
Yeah, we're 100 kg.
It does move it forward of where the middle would be, so... How much does each block weigh? I put a couple of concrete blocks on there to counterbalance us. Suppose I can just add it until it goes wrong, or until it goes right. Okay, now we're front. Now we're lighter at the front. Use the water level, actually, to test. Because the water's sitting right at the floor height. If you look through, you can see where the water slices through our floor. Oh, actually, can you hop in the front seat? Just so I can measure it with player weight? Okay. Still reading the front as lighter. Which is weird. I suppose buoyancy... No, this isn't. This is going to be different to buoyancy because the amount that's under the water is going to change it, so it's going to be different. Alright. I'll just put 4 of them in and see what happens. Alright, you want to try and fly?
I doubt I can have control over this, but sure, why not?
Well, if you just try and go straight up and we flip, then the balance is not right. Well, balance is not right. I am walking around here trying to add bits while you're doing this. Oh, oh. Oh. Wasted?
Mm-hmm. I'm having to tap a bit. Keep going.
Oh, you want more? Okay.
Back still light.
How's that? Too
Okay,
much?
now it's the PID controllers. I think, maybe. Or just my blooming lag, actually, thinking about it.
It's kind of fun looking out the door.
I'm gonna land it. Do you want to give it a go?
Yep. Well,
I think without my lag, we'll be in a much better position.
whoa. Well done.
Catch it now, so.
Well done. Did it feel stable with how much mass I'd put back there?
No, it didn't. You'll see. You'll see.
Still front heavy or back heavy?
Like fly it a bit and you'll see what I mean. I don't know how much of that was my lag, because my lag seems really variable at the moment. You do have to fight the front a bit, but let's see if how... Yeah, look, you can keep it stable. I can't.
Well, I kind of can. It's not easy.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like, I wasn't anywhere near that.
Oh, no.
Okay, so, you know what I mean? That means we're starting to
Yeah.
get somewhere. Now let me put the sensors back in again.
Oh. It is something I didn't want to. Let's fix that. Oh, probably should have turned the thrusters off.
No, this is good information.
Okay. I suppose I should write this again. I was not in the cockpit, in the control seat, when that was happening just then. I was adding weight to the back. Apparently putting a hole in it again? Nope, I just didn't drop that down far enough. Oh, that's not right. Okay. So we got the concrete slabs in the back. Because of course we do. Orange Bunny, I don't think Wasted's just using the P of the PID. Thought he was using something else.
It was originally. We've just added some hysteresis to it. At that point, I disconnected any of the sensor inputs, so I had my P set to 1 just to give a linear ratio because we had no set point. So it was just taking split-seas inputs and nothing else. Now I've added in the sensors again and put on some hysteresis as well.
Come on, roll over. Roll. There we go. Oh, yeah.
16% charge.
Oh, yeah. I'll go grab the charged batteries and bring them over.
The counterweight on one side is on purpose. Of course it is. Counterweighting.
Hang on. With direct control, I might be able to get us closer to home so I can just plug us in. Maybe?
Yes. Definitely.
What do you reckon?
The high likelihood. Yeah.
I mean, this turns better than a lot of our vehicles do. Turns better than our rovers have. Or our boats.
Yeah, the problem is the turning off of the props entirely. Once the PID is introduced.
I don't have enough control to actually take off at the moment.
Yeah, it's the same issue again. Unnormalized inputs to the PID override your inputs. The output of the PID may result in something that is set between 0 and 1, but the input still reads larger values than that, so... End result is the input still needs normalizing.
Thanks, Pedro. Thanks for 25 months. Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, I did. No, I don't actually entirely understand why this is doing what it's doing.
Do you know what it feels like? It feels like the instant I let go of the controls, it's fighting everything that I put in instead of gradually going back to it.
Yep. Okay, so in which case, let's...
And it also doesn't let
Let's
me
do something.
provide combined inputs. So
advantageous.
I can't do lift and forward, and then it tries to sum those or multiply those together in some way that's useful. Oh, Wasted, did you ever get... You were talking about clamping the value to between 0 and 1 for what's going to the rotors, but I think I distracted you before you actually got to do it.
Well, apparently they're already doing that.
They very much seem to spin backwards.
Yeah, but oh right, those yeah, I can't easily clamp the reverse spin after you let go. Like your inputs can make them spin backwards. I think. Okay.
We're gonna grab those batteries and charge us while you're thinking about that. 'Cause I'm not gonna get us to the helipad. Uh-oh. That's not how that's supposed to be. Why are these at 0% charge? Hold on.
The tilt is already supposedly providing that output.
That's embarrassing. Wait. Where did this used to plug into? Oh man. So apparently our dock wasn't plugged in this whole time. Means at some point guessing I
Something
unplugged
got disconnected, and then yeah.
Yep. Okay, so we fix up this. Then I'm going to test something. I'm going to see if I can string a cable all the way out to the vehicle. There, Coleman. I would have loved to provide you guys in chat with more about what Wasted's doing, but I really don't understand it. And it makes it very difficult for me to contribute something useful there. So, instead, try and find other things I can do. Okay, that's charging. Good. Now, I remove that. And we go jetpack. Let's see how long it'll let me go. Got 500 meters. Surely it'll let me do this. Actually, I don't know if there is a maximum length it lets me do. Because I don't think you're meant to easily be able to get spools this long. It appears to have not kept me connected. Oh no. Oh, that worked. It's a better way of charging. That is long. Wait, I had like 400, that's 300 meters or so? Something like that? Uh-oh, Wasted crashed. Your game crashed, didn't it?
No, I'm relogging. The lag's been getting steadily worse and worse. I'm just like, I can't even open a program anymore.
I was worried it was because of the 300 meter long tether I just put on our craft.
No, you're good. That apparently is no problem.
I plugged us into the base. Yeah, that was the best way to get us fully charged. I kind of want to put batteries on the ceiling too, because we're going to be charging 6 batteries off this at a time. We're going to need more batteries on the base. Um, I think if we did separate props for separate jobs, we'd need a completely different control setup. It might let us bodge something together that kind of works for now, but honestly, when I was directly controlling the vehicle, it can kind of fly. It's balanced enough that I can fly it almost with direct controls. I'd just have to get more accustomed to how much control I have and get wasted to tweak the values to the point where I've got proper control, but which would achieve the sort of the same thing, I think. So I don't think it's the way we'd want to go with it, as I think it would end up with us just kind of achieving the same things, but with a more complex way of doing it. Why does it put a screen on top of this? Just... or is that the shadow? Oh, that's shadow. I thought this was like, it put a polished surface on the top of it to make it look like it had a thing on it. Because I was realizing you could use screens to make it look like you got a marble bench top or something. Cool. Alright, what was I doing around here? I was trying to build a little hangar for plane. That's what I was going to do. That's why I was laying these out before. So I don't want a floor on it because the wheels go weird on the floor. But I will try and make something that is, that I can build to go up and over it. That's wide enough. I start by I want to make a Quonset hut type thing, just because I kind of like that look as a hangar look. Always fun. I'm making that as composite, aren't I? No, I want a concrete hut. That might not be enough of a curve. It's definitely not enough of a curve. This is going to be tricky. I don't know what angles to pick. I think I need to rough it out and then adjust it once it's there. That's going just to... so yeah, this is the next angle I can do. So it might actually look better if I don't do such gradual angles for the rest of it, because then I've got this sudden sharp bit. Because I can't do a neat curve the whole way. I want to have it, the wall be thin. So I might just do this exactly the same as I do the ones in Space Engineers. Or maybe add one extra angle. But because I'm stuck with going straight from a 2-to-1 to a 1-to-1, anything else I do is probably not worth, is going to be too gradual a change. We go 3-to-1 at the start. And we can do some 2-to-1. Maybe a little bit further. And then we have to do that. The 1-to-1. Almost there. And then is this even going to be close to wide enough for the plane with the angles I'm using? I think I'm going to have to make the middle quite broad. Hey, Hero. Not doing too badly. I wish things weren't being so tricky for Wasted right now, because I imagine it's getting very frustrating for him trying to fight all this stuff. It's going to be a bit squat, I think. That might not look too bad. Definitely doesn't look right, though. What I probably need to do... bring that out to there. Try and fix that one up. Even these sorts of angles are, I find, tricky working with what we've got. Because you can see how much steeper it goes, and then we deal with the 45 degrees. And then it suddenly changes, and then it goes back to a nice gentle curve again. I'm not really sure how else to approach that. It'll definitely be wide enough for the plane, though, at least. The funny thing about that, Huru, is that I don't think I've ever said that in normal conversation. My dad has. I don't think I have. But I've definitely heard my old man say it. Well, let's try better angles. I started with 4. So that gets us 3 meters up. Then we go to 2s. That's 1 meter, 2 meters. No. No, that's not right. Let's try going 45s here. It's a giant fly flies around my room. Big noisy jerk. Hmm. And we go to the 2s and do the same. How many did I do? Did 4, I think. No, I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did 5. I can't count. Kabak's on holidays at the moment, so I can't imagine he's particularly unhappy. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think this is going to work. I gotta... Back to the drawing board, but I'm going to do this and finish it and see what it looks like anyway. 2, 3, 4. That wasted Breaky's brain for a little bit longer. While I see if I can get this to work. Yeah, that's not going to be big enough for the plane. At all. No. It's the curve's right, but the size is wrong. I'll try and bring the plane over and see just how wrong. See if I can adjust it to something. Yes, Lord, I was thinking of doing that, of just extending the top. But I worry that if I do that, it'll mess with the curve as well. If I'm close, I will probably do that. But if it's still a long way off, I think other things will need to be done. All right, how many of these are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many did I put over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You see, just to fold the wings. Oh dear. I don't think that's a complexity I don't want to change our vehicle either. It's got sentimental things attached to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Oh, Wasted's moved. Only just noticed that you'd moved.
I moved? Did I move?
Yeah. When I ran that tether out, you were on the water. You're on the land now.
I've been stuck in the code window the entire time. Apparently so, yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Huh. Well, that's a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Thrusters are off as well.
Oh. So you've just jiggled your way there.
Maybe. Or maybe.
Oh, maybe this is wide enough. Maybe the tether reeled you in. Yeah, maybe. Hey, baby. Driver's seat. Let's get this closer. Oh yeah, no, this is nowhere near. Okay. I reckon that... Don't mind me while I try and make a Quonset hut. I reckon that curve is about right. I've just got to make each section longer.
I don't know why, but my input delay at this point is measured in minutes.
Oh. Oh, it's probably getting close to that time of the day for me where we should probably call it anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's weird because it doesn't really represent itself otherwise, but
Yeah.
when it comes to like opening certain things, messing with certain things, it is minutes. Like I can get in and out of a chair, but interacting with, actually, I mean, it makes sense. It's anything that involves interacting with something that you might also have to interact with, so it has to be synced. Anything purely character related, it just shows me my stuff, and then when it catches up, it shows you your stuff.
Yeah. That is quite frustrating.
Well, it wasn't like this at the start of the evening.
No.
So, yeah, and I don't think we've done it, if that makes sense. And I think this might be memory leak, potentially. I don't know.
Maybe.
Some sort of ongoing degradation with online. But even grabbing a blueprint. And I was just like, I'll grab a quick blueprint just in case I want to fiddle with the screens a bit more, and we'll see how long that takes to show up.
Yeah. Well, how about
I have a little corner. It's back here. Look, Splitsy built me one. I can just crouch back here, and this is my coding corner.
do you want to get, have you got yourself a blueprint of it in case you want to mess with it and see if you can get it?
I have no idea, Mr. Splitsy. I attempted to take a blueprint of such a thing. Should it ever appear? Unsure.
All right. Shall I make a blueprint of it and publish it to the workshop so you can have access to it?
That could work.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because, yeah,
Make a blueprint.
unfortunately,
I've forgotten.
take out your blueprint gun and zap it. Zap it hard. Hold it down for a good bit. Get a good charge built up. It knows what for.
Right, now, local, publish. Please take a screenshot. Don't worry, the bounds of this...
Here you go. Do the stand. Just take a screenshot of another Archean with no background, like I did. It's as it should be.
Publish. Should we share this with people so they can have a look at it? Or do we not want to do that?
How dare. I don't want them judging me. Get out of
Okay.
here. Get out of here, people. Don't judge me. You gotta show up to stream. You're allowed to judge live only. Or maybe on Splitsy's comments. Understand, you'll be filed into the to be read later.
Well, let me not show the item ID on stream then. There you go. That should be... No, it's set wrong visibility. Unlisted. There we go. Now it should be visible for you.
Thank you.
We'll still get the error in Discord, but work otherwise.
Yeah. No,
Well,
no judging for you.
We can technically fly it.
We flew, so shush, you lot.
Like, with direct control, it's technically flyable.
And I reckon I could, if we wanted to purely directly control it, I know how to make a smoothing algorithm to make it more controllable.
Yep.
Oh yeah, my game is just not happy anymore.
Great. Well,
Warp speed splitsy.
what are you going to stream now?
I am torn between something relaxed or whether or not people are going to persuade me to play Satisfactory. Yeah, exactly. Can I be bothered? Because obviously, the further we get in Satisfactory, the more it's just like, yeah, do I want to do math now? I don't know. Maybe.
Yep. Well, yeah, let's go raid Wasted so he can maybe play some Satisfactory.